So there's a break in the bod real quick. And then we'll go back to purple. And I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Here, listen to Harvester play the KSP theme. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's Harvester playing, but Harvester doing his thing. All right. He's a pretty smart dude. Pretty cool guy. Doesn't afraid of anything. All right. Kerbal, shall we? Spank you, Greenwall. Spank you very much. I don't know if you remember, but I made a prediction a long time ago when KSP 2 was announced that you would be back playing KSP 1 after about a month. Here we are now. Funny how things turn out, but maybe someday someone will make a great successor. Ace, I understand the circumstances. Can I respond to you in my native dialect, please? May I? Yes? Oh, yeah, you freaking predict the future. I played the game for 6 freaking months. Yeah, 1 month is not 6 months last time I checked. You freaking learn how to do basic math, you freaking superstar. Anyway. Nothing gets by you. Oh, yeah, you predicted the future. Anyway, yeah, no, Here's the thing, man. I'm only going to talk about this once. I'm serious. I really don't want to talk about it. It gets me very upset. Because Kerbal's a huge part of my life, right? Like, the game was really rough when it came out. But that's expected from early access. I didn't really mind that, you know? I didn't really mind that it was kind of rough. That's fine with me. I understand. This is a big game with very big stakeholder expectations here. Multiplayer, Interstellar, etc., etc. I'll be honest, I wasn't really a fan of Interstellar, and if KSP2 did kind of come through, I probably wouldn't be doing it that much. That just doesn't do anything for me. To be 100% honest with you, it just really doesn't do much. But so, I was like, okay, early access, this is fine. They're going to keep updating the game. And then they did. They kept updating the game. They kept updating the game. They kept updating the game. They kept adding more stuff. It was great. We saw really significant progress there in the first 3 months, and I was totally cool with that. And then they stopped. I remember June of 2023, I think it was June. About a year ago at this time, they decided to stop doing rapid updates because they wanted to focus more on the bigger updates. Right? If interested in time travel, meet me back here last week. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, Jordis, for sure. Multiplayer would have been cool. Colonies would have been pretty rad. Like building cities on other planets with your Kerbals, and that would have been cool. That would have been really cool. I would have been doing that. I would have probably built a city on Kerbin. Seriously, on Kerbin. We would have redone Kerbal Exploration Initiative and built bases all around Kerbin, runways, whatever, and then went and built more stuff out on the moon and stuff. But that's what I would have done. But the 6 months rolled around, summer last year, nothing. I can't stream the same thing for 6 months straight, doing the same exact gameplay. Oh, let's go to all the planets. Oh, let's do the challenge, etc., etc. Half the time you couldn't do these challenges because the game had a lot of bugs in it, right? So I was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'm like, what do I do? So I decided to play KSP every time they updated it, which was very infrequently, right? And then Science Mode came out, and we played other games. And then Science Mode came out, end of last year. Really good step in the right direction. Really good. But then they just went back to... They did a couple of bug fixes for it, and then they just went back to being silent. And then they've been silent ever since. Even now. We still don't know what happened. Like, Ace, I was pretty optimistic, you know, I was pretty optimistic in the first 6 months. Or first 3 to 4 months, I would say. And then they stopped updating the game. But played the game for 2 months, nothing. Can't, dude. You can only do so much. You can only do so much. The editor controls were just so bad. They were so bad. They were so counterintuitive. I get it though. That's why I didn't get too excited for it. Yeah, well. Yeah, after 6 months, I just couldn't do it anymore. Like, it just, there's not, at the end of the day, there was just not much to teach. You know, people can dump on me for making launch pads the whole time, but that's what people wanted to see. Back in the day, that's what people wanted. People wanted to see a facet of gameplay that they never seen before, and people still ask me to do it even now. And that's what we're gonna do today. But yeah, I started seeing the writing on the wall, and I started pivoting to doing variety streaming instead. And I kind of banked on, you know, all right, we can switch to variety streaming. I always have cities to fall back on. It'll be fine. So, yeah, I found myself in a really, really hard spot at the end of last year. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's since gotten a lot better, but yeah, that sucked. That wasn't fun at all. And yeah, it really, like, I love teaching everybody here, and I love doing what I do, and you guys support me, and I ain't complaining by any means, but at the end of the day, I still got to put food on the table, you know? Like, it got to the point where it started screwing with my bottom line, so I had to diversify my revenue streams. I didn't want to do that. I really did not want to do that. But yeah, that's just the way she goes, man. Yeah, you know, how many other streamers had that luck, dude? My 2 main games had 2 sequels released in the same year, and both of them sucked. I mean, Cities is getting better, to be honest. Cities is getting better, and Kerbal was showing pretty good progress. Just the infrequent updates, dude. Are you still in contact with some of the devs? Yeah? It just got so stressful to try and produce, and dudes, once again, keep things in perspective. I'm not sitting here stressing out about, you know, I can't play this game, oh my god. Like, it got so hard to make content for KSP2 and push the envelope past this just basic vanilla gameplay that it really did start screwing. Yeah, I had to stop. I'm just like, there's nothing to teach here. There's nothing to teach here. There's nothing that I can put my EJ style of building on because the editor controls are just so limited. They force one style of gameplay, and I said this at the time. They force you to basically build one way. It forces convergent design, which is the opposite of what an editor should be doing. And I was very vocal about it. Games, I'm following for launch coverage. That's fine, Mark. Yeah, yeah, that's the way she goes. Yeah, it sucks. Sucks. Yeah, it got so ridiculously difficult to make any type of content for that game. And then if I tried to switch back to KSP1 in Q4 of 2023, and every stream I would get asked probably 50 or 60 times to the point where it was distracting from me teaching. Why are you not playing KSP2? Why are you not playing KSP2? Why are you not playing KSP2? Like, guys, I have patience. I have patience. I know that anything that's worth it usually takes time, and you have to be patient. I ran out of patience with that. I ran out of patience basically doing public relations for a company I don't work for. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. So that's why we haven't been playing for a long time. Yeah, I know, Cornbread, right? I used all the visual mods to make KSP 1 look good and just make some crazy Kraken deck with stock parts like the old days. Yeah, pretty much, Ace. There is, dude, the new waterfall mod. We should update it, dude. The new waterfall mod is ace. Did you feel like you were a major face of KSP 2? I mean, they didn't fly me to the Netherlands for no reason, see? Yeah. I mean you, not me. Yeah, no, I know it. Did Private Division need to take 2 money to finish the game, or was that a hedge on Private Division not being able to get more horsepower? I think that Private Division... Well, first of all, we still don't know what happened. We know that they laid off everybody. We don't know why. I think that guys, with a big company like Take-Two, you know, a big publicly traded company like that, it comes down to what's called fiduciary responsibility. If you're not making the money in the ventures that you're in your ventures, right? You gotta cut ties sometimes. You gotta take Old Yeller out back and shoot it. Like, that's business, man. Do I like it? No. Does it piss me off? Absolutely. Am I bummed that KSP2 is gone? Yes. Oh yeah, that. Little upset. Little upset. It's only, you know, my livelihood there. Little mad. Still a little spicy. Not gonna lie. But I'm over it, dude. Yeah, I'm over it. It's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, we don't know what happened. We don't know if something went down. We just don't know. They haven't said anything. We haven't really gotten an update at all regarding what is going on anywhere. I've tried to reach out to developers regarding this issue. Stonewalled. Some devs that I know didn't even give me a response. Nothing. They just said, I'll talk to you later. That was like 3 months ago. All right. I mean, I'm sure that's not on purpose, but also... Yeah, NDAs. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, Dean's doing good work, Tessa. I've been keeping an eye on that. Definitely had Felipe at his office in New Zealand. So, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's just fiduciary responsibility, think of the shareholders, blah, 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 blah. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, you know? The whole software industry and technology industry is contracting a little bit. Contractions happen. That's just markets. Everything goes up and down. Nothing flatlines. If it's flatlined, it's dead. It means you're either growing or you're shrinking. There's no third direction, right? Thank you, Tommy Boy, for that insight. Yeah, the industries go through contractions. It happens. But it's robust. Think about it like a plant. You know, like a plant, you know, if you have trees, if you live in a place where it gets really cold, the trees don't grow during the winter. They basically hibernate. And then they grow again. Right? It happens. You grow and you die. Circle of life. It is what it is. It's just the way she goes, you know? But yeah, it looks like from what I can tell, and once again, we don't know anything. We never got an official word. It looks like Intercept was part of that contraction. They cut products that weren't profitable. And to be fair, a lot of you guys said, does KSP have the runway? Do they have the financial backing to be able to stay around this long? A lot of people asked that question because they noticed the development cycle really started to slow down after a couple of months. A lot of people asked that question. I said, yeah, they should be fine. And the reason why I was saying, yeah, it should be fine is because that's what they told me. They said, oh yeah, we got funding out for a long way. We're committed to this project for a long time. I can only repeat what they said. Like, how was I supposed to know that wasn't a thing? I'd like to see some KSP rather than some weird market postulations, to be honest. Thanks. Thanks for that. Could have done without that, but yeah, sure. Here you go. Here's KSP. I don't want to talk about it, Jordis. I don't even want to bring it up anymore. It just pisses me off. Alright, so you want to learn to make launch pads, huh? Part of what I did in KSP, and I think the content that a lot of viewers find the most endearing was the ones where we built out an entire mission architecture. Thanks. Yeah. Not gonna lie, Goran, your statement kind of pissed me off, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. You know? Like, just because this whole KSP2 thing just makes me angry. But yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Just screw you. But anyway, so let's see. Yeah, we would build out whole launch pads for launch vehicles. See, that was the SSDO, the small SSDO. Do the ground anchors they added help with Kraken strikes? No. So what I would do is build out the entire architecture. Tank farm, reaction frames, basically fill ports for the pad, all the mechanical components required to turn the vehicle upright, etc., etc. What about a potential redesign for Imahara's pad? Well, here's the thing. See that SSDO pad? It's nice, isn't it? That was months of engineering. Months of lining stuff up, months of getting things right. And it still pops from time to time. Did you see the Wild Wild Space trailer? Yeah, I saw it. Robert Parker for the old school KSP vibes. Yeah, maybe. So here's Mechazilla. Okay, so I'm hyped to watch EJ Engineer. Yeah, these projects take time. Now, this one I actually engineered pretty fast, but it still binds up. It's not completely working correctly. So what I was thinking... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was looking at that. Hey, G. Power net are back. Freaking hurricanes, man. Ready for some launch pads. Okay. What I'm thinking is, yeah, start with a small launch vehicle. People want to make launch pads. I mean, I actually have had a couple of viewers, like, not one or two people. It's not like people are chomping at the bit for this type of stuff. But I figure it'd be a good way to get back into it. People are chomping at the bit to, you know, show you how to make launch pads. So I figure we'll do it with a small sat vehicle, right? We'll engineer a vehicle and we'll basically scratch build something here. The good old days of the Condor 9 pad. Freedom? We could, I mean, you guys want. I don't know if I have Freedom's pads here. We have the endurance. We still have MLV collecting dust. Building a pad for MLV, I think, is a little bit out of my, Oh, yeah, baby. Building a pad for the MLV, I think, is a little bit out of my scope right now. Yeah. I think it's freaking sweet. That was what we built for our KSP1 finale send-off. Too bad we never used it, because the KSP1 finale never happened. Because we're still just playing it, right? Hey, Roman, what's up, dude? 78 months, how you doing? I'm trying to see if we have the launcher in here, but I don't think we do. The small sat launcher, I don't think we have it. That is Kraken powered, yes. It does have impulse drives, but Imahara is in the mission mode file, RJ, I think. We just have projects like this in here. I wish this didn't take 3 hours to get up into space, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Hey, Ollie, how you doing today? I'm annoyed. My local diner kebab has been taken over by a chain, and it's now your local diner kebab has been taken over by a chain. Not Roman. You told me that's what it was. Fine, I'll just go back to PY. Shut up. Jag off. I know, Garam. I'm just, yeah, I know what you meant. Just, yeah, I'm just pissy because I'm mad about KSP2, not KSP2ing. Just give me some time to get over. I'll be all right. So yeah, I don't think we have anything in here. So that means we could probably scratch build something, or I could go find Imahara. Yeah, I mean, just that, Garam, like, if I'm going to reduce it to brass tacks, you know, we were talking about economics and stuff. Well, KSP2 sucking kind of screwed my bottom line a little bit. Let's just say, my market projections for stream revenue were a little bit off. Does that make sense? They were a little bit off. My market projections for the amount of money that we would make in stream growth were not accurate. If the Buran and Energia launched the same amount of times as the space shuttle, would it be a better vehicle than the space shuttle? I don't know. It's too hard to say, Sea Kraken. If you wouldn't want to compare launch to launch, dude. What you would want to compare is the systems engineering behind each vehicle. Because I don't know, dude. If Buran ended up launching 135 times like the space shuttle, that means the Cold War never ended. Right? Like, so that's probably, actually, this is mission mode 3. What the hell's my original mission mode save? Oh, it's in the backed up version of KSP. Hold on one second. So it's hard to say. I would compare baseline capability to baseline capability. And if you compare baseline to baseline, I think Energia is a better launch vehicle, but STS is a better integrated architecture. For instance, baseline version of Energia. So compare STS-1 to Energia Buran, right? Like, that would be the right way to do that. I think that the space shuttle is a way better design. It's way more integrated. But once again, you're comparing systems engineering here. Just gonna copy the mission mode 2 save and we'll put it in here. That's gonna take a second to copy all that. Energia is probably better because it can launch with or without the shuttle, but that isn't without a trade-off. It's cool that the vehicle can do that. I mean, an asymmetric vehicle where you could basically put 60 tons of whatever on the side and it's not a big deal, it'll still fly, is pretty impressive. However, you don't get any of your propulsion back. Remember, we're comparing baseline configurations. STS-1. STS-1, they got 3 main engines back and 2 SRBs back. They used them again and again and again and again. So the shuttle is better at getting stuff back. With Energia and Buran, you don't get any of your propulsion back. The only thing you get back is the orbiter with some orbiter maneuvering pods. I like that. I like that in the fact that you could basically use... Energia had 100-ton payload capacity to Leo. I like that because you could use the shuttle. Basically, Energia Buran and Energia Poldius are basically... they basically combine... It's like having SLS and the space shuttle in one architecture. Yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty cool. You could do a lot of stuff with that. But then again, one could make the argument that if you have a space shuttle that champions reusability, it's a much easier systems engineering, right? It's basically not as complicated. Building one launch vehicle is easier than building 2, right? So you could make the argument that the shuttle, I think the shuttle would be better. That's where I get my opinion of the shuttle being better. That's where I get it from. I compare STS-1 to the 1K1 mission. And with the 1K1 mission, you didn't have any people on board. It just went up and came back down. It didn't do anything. Now, don't get me wrong, STS-1 did the same thing, but it did the same thing and you got the whole orbiter and your main propulsion back and your boosters back. So I think the space shuttle is a much better integrated architecture. Like, much better. Basically on all levels. Energia is more hardcore systems engineering. It's more complicated, and that's what makes it cooler, because you can launch with or without the shuttle. But, you know, at the end of the day, engineering comes down to what are you trying to do. The shuttle's integrated architecture makes sense because you're trying to lower the cost. Energia is doing the opposite of that. So, because Buran Energia was made as a response to the space shuttle, because at the end of the space race, the Soviets looked at the United States and they said, it's actually an interesting story here. The Soviets looked at the American space shuttle in the early 70s and they said, why are you making that? Why are you making this? Wait, what is this? Stop. I have no idea what this is. Why would you make that? You have Saturn V. Why make this? They got really friggin' confused. They did a Cal Naughton Jr. They go, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Seriously, they didn't understand what the use of the shuttle was. Lowering cost, that's not a thing that they don't know. They don't know what that means. Anyway, so they defaulted to that the shuttle must be a weapon system. Now, is it a weapon system? Don't know. Shuttle flew a lot of classified missions. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. At least on the surface, it wasn't. But the Soviets thought it was. So they said, okay, we don't know what this thing does, but the Americans have some type of weapon system that needs 25 tons on orbit, right? They need to put 25 tons on orbit, 12-ton down mass capability with a reusable shuttle. We need to duplicate this capability, and we'll figure out what the heck the weapon system is later. And that's what they did. That's why they were like, we don't need this, but we're going to make it because we think we need this. Because we don't know why they have that. They seriously looked at the shuttle and got very confused. They're like, you have the Saturn V, you won the space race. Why are you making this? I mean, I ask myself the same question a lot, even as a shuttle fanboy, but yeah, whatever. Is in Buran Energia closer to the original design of the shuttle program pre-USAF interference? Negative. No. No. Dream Chaser is more like what that would look like, Tessa. Did a bit of research. The cost per launch for Energia was 800 million and the space shuttle about 1.6 billion. There's no way those numbers are accurate, Seakraken. I'm sorry, there isn't. First of all, I know that space shuttle stack number is total cost involved. So that is not just the price of putting a space shuttle, but building a shuttle stack and putting it on the pad. That's the price of making every single component. That 1.6 billion most likely has the orbiter manufacturing cost tied into it because of low frequency of manufacture of shuttles, which is why the shuttle carried a heavy price tag. The idea was that NASA and the Department of Defense was going to overcome this with launching the shuttle a lot to recoup their development costs. So you're comparing a total cost involved of a space shuttle to a system where you don't have a monetary system at all. You're comparing Fahrenheit and Celsius here. I don't think that's wise. There's no way anybody could put a price tag on Buran Energia because the system that made it was not inherently capitalist. Just putting it out there. So, if the total cost involved of a shuttle is 1.6 billion, there's no way Energia Buran, if you figure total cost involved of building a super heavy launch vehicle and a partially reusable super heavy launch vehicle at the same time with one integrated development, it costs 800 million. There's not a chance. Not a chance. Sorry, those numbers are probably bullcrap, dude. In 2011, it was 450 million per launch. Yep. Cost went down over time, slow, because, you know, the more your reusable vehicle flies, the more you recoup the manufacturing cost and development of said vehicle. I can think of another vehicle that's kind of doing that exact same thing. This one right here. See that one? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've recouped their development costs with Starlink profits. Yeah, pretty sure. Remember, Energia never had a proper pad. It launched off the N1 test pad. True and false, Ga. Energia Polius launched off of the test stand because Site 110 was not completed. Buran Energia, the mission that launched in November 1988, launched from an N1 launch pad. But the Soviet regime did manage to shortcut some of the R&D costs via espionage. Yeah, for the orbiter, Tessa. That's the orbiter. The orbiter bears passive similarities to the shuttle. The launch vehicle absolutely does not. What do you predict the cost per launch of the shuttle would have been if it hit the designed cadence? The DoD was projecting to do about 24 missions per year with the shuttle, or one mission every week, or one mission every 2 weeks. If it had scaled up to, let's say, one shuttle mission a week,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
below 100 million. Yeah, I'd say below 100 million. Maybe even like down to like 60, what a Falcon 9 is down to. That would have required a tremendous financial investment to get to scale, right? But they were going to. I shut up for 14 days. Oh, the dreams. They basically did that in 1985, Mile. Go look at the flight cadence for 1985. They got it down to a month. 1986, they were going to get it to 2 shuttle missions a month. By 1987, it should have been 1 shuttle mission a week. Yeah, the scale and the ramp up was actually awesome. It's really cool. I really wish they'd seen it through, but some dingbat decided that flying when your SRBs partially fail, it was a good idea. But hey, what are you gonna do? Anyway, so if you're gonna compare 1 to 1, I still think the shuttle comes out on top. That's not to say that Buran Energia isn't great in its own regard. There's trade-offs. The shuttle's designed to reduce costs. Buran Energia is designed to increase capability. you know, usually those are kind of at odds with each other. Yeah, Erudite. I think 400 million per launch is impressively low. It is. Erudite, I would contend to say that here, let me just start looking around here. This isn't, I've loaded up our mission mode 2 save. I copied it. This should have the pads in it and stuff. I would contend to say that the 400 million, yeah, is, you're right, it's pretty dang low. I think that price could have gotten lower. Some of the practices, and this is from what I've heard from ex-shuttle engineers on the record, some of the practices for turning the orbiter around were just completely not needed. They did it out of the perception of safety and not actual safety. Like taking apart the engine every time actually probably made it less reliable. Yeah, that's right from the guy that ran the shuttle program for the last like I don't know, half decade of the program. It's possible that the O-ring failure was overlooked to keep up with the cadence. Shippy, that's a very astute observation. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, dude. Everybody wants to blame, you know, it's a rush to launch. It's a rush to launch. It's a rush to launch. What? Okay, you got to think about this in context. Now, you know, everybody's like, oh, we got to be careful about Go Fever. We got to be careful about Go Fever. You got to be careful about Go Fever. That's right. But also at the same time, you got to remember who's the stakeholders for the shuttle. The Department of Defense. DOD. Now, before people get put on their, oh my God, they ruined everything. You know, if NASA had the military's funding. Before you get on that hate train, you got to understand the context of the time. We're talking about 1986 here. Okay? Just a couple of years ago, in the early 80s, now some of you were there and some of you remember this, the constant threat of being turned to glass every freaking day. In the early 80s, relations between the Soviet Union and the United States were not good. Not good. We almost fall out at ourselves. Yeah, it was close. Tensions were really, really high. And what we basically were trying to do is try to get any particular advantage that we possibly could to over the Department of Defense at that time was designed to, you know, we got to keep everybody safe. What they were trying to do is try to overcome any type of defense or any type of, they were trying to eliminate any first strike capability, or they were trying to achieve a first strike capability. Or now what's first strike? First strike basically means you hit the guy and you nuke him to Kingdom Come before he can retaliate, right? This is part of the defense doctrine of the time, right? Defense doctrine of the time was any advantage that we can get or any way to basically keep the peace, right? Now, those two kind of seem like they're at odds with each other. However, remember, both sides are vying, the United States and the Soviet Union, both sides are vying to find a way to eliminate their enemy, right? We're trying to find any singular advantage. They were, we were, everybody was doing it. Now, how does this figure into the launch cadence of the shuttle? You gotta remember, the shuttle was the only launch vehicle. It was basically promised as the launch vehicle to end all launch vehicles. This thing will make everything else redundant. Titan, Atlas, Delta will look like the Wright Flyer, and the shuttle will look like a 747. Okay? So we started ramping down our industrial base for all of our launch vehicles, because the shuttle was supposed to replace them. There's no need to keep making Titan missiles. There's no need to keep making Atlas missiles. They didn't make Atlas missiles at the time. Titan missiles, though. No need for Delta, no need for Titan 3. There was no need for any of that, because the shuttle was supposed to replace everything. Now, I said a second ago, everybody's trying to get, the United States and Soviet Union are both trying to get advantages over each other. And then I said that has to do with keeping the peace. Now, how does it have to do with keeping the peace? What bucks that trend of potential first strike capability? Spoiler alert, it has something to do with what the Department of Defense puts up there. Spy satellites. Spy satellites. You can peep the other guy. Soviet Union spying on us, we're spying on them. That keeps the peace. Because that basically keeps mutually assured destruction a thing. It's important to understand this. So, you have a backlog of spy satellites that you need to launch. You have an enemy that wants to turn you into glass constantly, and if you don't have the latest and greatest in hardware to be able to see what they're doing, you're falling behind. And this is what I mean about the defense doctrine of the time. Any misstep could mean that the Soviet Union could potentially have an advantage over us. Same thing with them. There's a reason why they've launched Soyuz all this time. Because you have to have what's called assured access into space. The delays for the shuttle program were potentially threatening assured access to space for the United States. That's why there was a rush to launch. And it's important to think about this in the context. It makes Challenger make a lot more sense. Because everybody teaches, you know, when you see documentaries about Challenger, you see documentaries about, you know, the early shuttle program, right? You see documentaries of, you know, there's a bajillion of them on Challenger out there. You see these documentaries, and it's always, you know, oh my God, there's some bureaucrat, there's some, you know, piece of crap bureaucrat that, you know, said launch that doesn't care about human lives, blah, 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 blah. Actually, it's quite the opposite of that. To be honest with you, it's the exact opposite of that. It's not what you think. We need to be able to have assured access to space. We basically need to be able to launch what we want when we want. The shuttle, because we ramped everything down and made that our only launch vehicle, and that only launch vehicle started being delayed because turns out making the most complicated launch vehicle ever devised by man might take a little bit more than the Gemini program's price tag. Go look it up, adjusted for inflation. NASA funding for the shuttle program is basically the Gemini program. NASA cooked that up with the Gemini budget. Okay. I actually went and looked at this. We did a deep dive on stream once. So, there was pressure. There was a lot of pressure from the Department of Defense and Air Force brass to get this thing going, to figure out these problems, to iterate on it faster. Problem is, you're towing a fine line between putting lives at stake and, ironically, putting lives at stake, because not getting that spy satellite up there could mean that the Soviet Union could develop something that could kill you and you wouldn't know about it. First strike capability. Anybody ever watch War Games? Think about it. It's interesting to think about it from that perspective. And if you think about it from that perspective, what happened with Challenger makes a lot more sense. Can't have a strategic disadvantage with a nation that wants to turn your nation into glass. What would the price of a Saturn V be if the Apollo program was never scrapped? Probably super low, Nova. If you think about the propulsion systems on the Saturn V, they were cutting edge for the 60s, but they're pretty straightforward by today's standards. It's not a theory, Ilona. It's very well researched. Very well researched. I'm not going to say facts, but it's pretty damn well researched. I've talked to a lot of people that were around at the time. And tinfoil hat part of the brain says what killed the shuttle, especially Venture Star, was pressure from said industry and maybe even some strategic donations worrying that they were going to lose their cash cow. For Venture Star, Aqualux, I would say that's a lot more correct. I would say during the 80s, they would throw around defense contracts like it was candy. The whole military-industrial complex was working for us because we had an existential threat. Military-industrial complex starts to not do that when you don't have an existential threat. So the Soviet Union collapsing basically screwed the defense budget, and that made aerospace a very cutthroat industry to get into. Still is, to this day. The U.S.? I'm not reading that. I'm not doing that. Apparently the US still has an existential threat. Yeah, Element, I don't know. So what you're saying is we need a Cold War II. I don't think we're ever going to get into some kind of another Cold War with ideological differences, guys. The circumstances are just too different. If we're gonna talk about this, we should go play Hearts of Iron, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna Cold War with China to be 100%. Let's just elephant in the room, right? All right. Everybody thinks we're gonna get into a space race with China. We're gonna have a Cold War II with China. It's just we're gonna go back to the good old days, right? No, unlikely. We're economically tied. We're economically joined at the hip with China. There's no way we would have a Cold War in the same manner that we had with the Soviet Union with them. That's not happening. Too much money's at stake. It's interesting because that's what's keeping the peace right now. Seriously. Territorial ambitions be damned when you're making billions of dollars. Who cares? However, BRICS versus NATO thing is starting to build a little bit. Yeah, but Shiva, you got to remember at the end of the day, the BRICS countries are all economically tied at the hip because we globalized their economy through the 90s and the early 2000s, like we did. Now, I have my own reservations about that whole thing, but China's at least 5 decades behind technologically compared to the U.S. They are a threat in some ways, but overall, their overall reliability and capabilities are still limited. Yeah, I mean, we're not even talking about, Iva, we're not even talking about technological achievement here. We're talking about economically, dude. I'd say economically they're on par with us, sure. Absolutely. What about Taiwan, though? There's a lot of hostility there. And you notice that nothing happens. Yeah, PY. Yeah. It looks like she may have been leaking some propellant there, that Ariane 6 rocket. Posturing and saber rattling, dude. I think people use... Alright, here, you want to hear EJ's hot take for the day? I think we use mutually assured destruction and saber rattling as a way to leverage economics. To make more money. The US has been doing it since 1945. Dude, and in that regard, we might see proxy wars here and there, but I say, especially after the perspective of World War II, it's important to understand that everybody looked at that and said, that was very expensive. That was really expensive. War is very expensive. We should probably not do that again. I mean, that and mutually assured destruction, right? There are other ways. There are other ways to grind your enemies into dust than fighting them. Long story short, I don't think we're going to get into another, like, Soviet Union, US style Cold War with China, unless the crap absolutely hits the fan, unless something goes down. Maybe, who knows? Anyway, look at these bars. Yeah, maybe, Aqualex. I'd say hedge your bets and just let the commercial market let capitalism do its thing. And that's somebody saying that NASA needs to have parity with commercial partners. I'm serious about that. They absolutely do. Hey, it's very clear that the commercial markets for spaceflight are expanding like crazy, even through the pandemic. We've seen little economic contractions in the commercial satellite launch industry, right? What folded? Virgin Orbit and Astra contracted heavily and then merged with another company. That's it. Rocket Lab's still good. SpaceX obviously is still good, right? We're still seeing Rocket Factory Augsburg out of Europe. They're coming around. Who else? ULA is thriving like crazy. Like, there was little to no market contraction through the pandemic, not at least as much as other industries, right? I don't understand the need to undermine our capabilities. We'll talk about words about the decline of Pax Americana. I don't understand the need to undermine our capabilities. Yeah, Blue. Oh, I forgot about Blue. Jeez. The company that's invested billions of dollars onto the Space Coast and in Huntsville. Yeah, them. Yeah, who are they, right? Like, we've seen it. It's clear that the commercial markets are up there for spaceflight, and it's very clear that, you know, people are voting with their wallet there. Like, that's what we want to do. We need to go. We want the. I think people want the future we were promised in Star Trek and stuff, and I think there's some merit to that. But I think NASA should still be at the forefront of this stuff. I don't want corporations controlling who can go to Mars, for instance. I don't want Wayland Yutani, all right? We don't want that. That's because that will happen, right? You have to have a metered approach in some way, shape, or form, right? So that's why I've always said, I've been saying this for a decade. NASA needs to have parity. SpaceX can land rockets. NASA needs to develop their own in-house landable vehicle. SpaceX has super heavy launch capability. NASA needs super heavy launch capability. I'm sorry, it just needs to be that way. Hey Razzie, what's up? It has to be that way. Anyway, we don't want by and large either. Exactly, Tessa. Relativity, Stoke, dude, there's so many companies that are still around even post-pandemic. I couldn't remember all of them. Yeah, here's the launch pad, but the launch pad was still. Only NASA worked with a laboratory that dealt with propulsion. Also, if only NASA's budget kept pace with inflation. Hellfish, the only guy I ever see talk about any of the stuff that I'm talking about is a guy that I am pretty well studied in. And I think he doesn't get... The press chews this guy out constantly, but Mike Griffin is the guy that ran NASA from 04 to 08. He oversaw the shuttle program, got the shuttle to be operationally reliable after Columbia, and also started ramping up the Constellation program at the same time. Mike Griffin is the only guy that talks about this stuff. He's the only one. And I'm taken aback that everybody calls him a crackpot. Like, he had a testimony to Congress like 3 or 4 months ago where he said, look, NASA needs to develop their own lander. It's not that we should or shouldn't rely on commercial landers. It's that having a government controlled way to get to the moon and having a capitalist way to get to the moon, a private sector way to get to the moon, is the most sustainable way forward. Do we want landing pads on the moon to be in feet, or do we want it to be in meters? That was a little bit of hyperbole on his part, but that's the argument that he made. Airports, airplanes, they all use the same system. Every runway around the world, every aircraft uses feet and knots, because we're the ones that developed that system. And that's the system that's stuck. Do we want that in space or not? The only way to do that is to be the ones that get there first. I'm not saying that every spaceship needs to be engineered Imperial. Don't get confused. That was just an example that Mike Griffin made. But that's the idea. Hey, Chief. Just came home from work. Well, welcome home. I understand both of his arguments and those against him. I can see both sides of that coin. Look, Hellfish, my entire theory about how the space program should work is based off of long-term sustainability. But unlike some programs that are very sustainable and don't do anything because their hands are tied, I, once again, believe in leveraging the military-industrial complex to get it to work for you. We did that for a long time. We did that with the Saturn V. In order to do that, you need deadlines and you need accountability. That's something that NASA, that's something that nobody at NASA seems to want to admit, most likely for some bullcrap political reason. Nobody wants to admit that that's what's going on. To be a good NASA administrator, you got to work with everybody, throw party lines out the door, and hold people accountable, just like James Webb does. James Webb was a prick. He was a prick. Like, that guy would have gotten canceled so hard in this day and age, but he put foot to ass when he needed to and got the Apollo program done in a decade. He was NASA's administrator during the Apollo program. He was a jerk. Go read about him. Go read his bio on Wikipedia. Oh yeah, not a good person, but held people accountable, right? I'm not saying we need another prick running NASA, okay? That's not what I'm saying. It's just, you need accountability. Jim did the same thing, Nova, and that's why I liked him so much. Bridenstine did the same thing. He did the same thing. Now, that wasn't without some missteps here and there. If I'm critical of Jim, it was giving SpaceX the HLS contract. If I'm going to be critical, that is a decision that was not... Let me just put it to you like this, and I'm not trying to start this. It's really easy to get swept up in politics, and believe me, if you're on social media, the political nonsense that gets thrown into my feed, even though I don't want it, has been hot and heavy lately. If Jim had stayed in office and he had kept going the way he was going, it probably would have happened a little bit differently than how it's happening now. Yeah, pretty much, Nova. He held Boeing's feet to the fire, and look what happened. We got Artemis 1. Weird, huh? I really hate the term sustainability. There's no sustainability when there is a constant worry about it. Like I said, my entire theory about how the space program works, Hellfish, stems from long-term sustainability. Do we want to keep pushing the boundary, sustainably pushing the boundaries of human capability in spaceflight? That's the only thing I'm concerned with. Because we've seen what happens in the past when a government has the sole way to get to another celestial body. If there's no perceived reason for it, it'll get scattered to the winds. We beat the Russians. No need for this anymore. However, I don't think running the risk of having corporations be the only way to get to another celestial body is a good idea either. He was the right man for the right job, Chief. He held people accountable. That's why I liked him so much. And that's what NASA needs. You need accountability. I'm sorry. You do. You have to have it. And I'm not saying that Bill doesn't do a good job. There have been times where Bill has done stuff that I really didn't agree with. But, hey, it is what it is. Now he's helping Firefly. There you go, Pete. Hey, Firefly's... That actually reminds me. We didn't even talk about it on Space News. Flight 5, baby. Noise of Summer. Excellent mission. Very good. Beautiful. And the guy hosting the cast was, okay. I'm on Team Morgan. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. I could listen to her talk about structural engineering of vehicles all day. It was very, very good. Very good cast, man. Best did okay too. What are you building here? Gregor, this is a launch pad from a past program. Yeah, Morgan did amazing. She should be on there with us from now on, dude. No joke. She was excellent. So if you guys didn't see Firefly's Flight 5 cast, NSF did the back end production for it. So Das hosted the stream, which was fantastic. He had a structurals engineer from Firefly named Morgan Faney, I think was her name. And she was talking about, how she goes around inspecting the composite structure for Alpha and stuff. It was super cool. Super good cast. Learned a lot, actually. I'm going to be frank, there will be no sustainability under any circumstances if we constantly push for it, build and fly the dang rockets, and eventually sustain. Yeah, exactly. Hellfish, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, my idea of long-term sustainability requires copious financial investment. Right now, it requires NASA's budget to basically be doubled. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, you know, I have the chops to be able to even try to get that done, but that's what needs to be done. I know, but then again, pointing out a problem is really easy. Solving the problem is the difficult part. Anyone can point out a problem. Did we learn nothing from early flight? I don't know, man. Anyway, let's get into launch pads. So, you guys want to learn how to make launch pads for vehicles? I've been asked a couple of times. Let's see if we can find Imahara's pad. Now that is a launch, that's a launch pad, a reusable launch pad that we built in KSP. And I know what you're wondering. What the heck are all those, what are all the I-beams for? What is all that? Those are rails. They're rails for a gantry crane. See? That's a bridge crane. It's made out of SRBs, yes. No, the SRBs aren't loaded. If I hit spacebar, nothing happens. But it uses robotics to slide these cylinders on a track here, back and forth, so I can roll this crane over to the pad, set it down, move the crane into position, snag a rocket, pick it up, pull the rocket back, and set it down on the pad. Pretty cool, huh? This is a VAB outside of the VAB. This is what I did when we played Kerbal a lot in 2021 and 2022. Afternoon, how's KSP been treating you today? Good, Monoprop. We've been talking about a couple of other things. No, Baramus, we haven't heard anything. Love the ground service equipment. Ground pads are one of my favorite things, guys. I love the rockets. That is my favorite thing in the world. But the machine that launches the machine is what makes me happy. If this vehicle looks like a death trap, you're absolutely right. It absolutely is a death trap. And there's a reason why this is an R&D file that says do not use this for flight. Thanks, Past DJ. Dart, my beloved. Maybe we'll make Dart 2 Electric Boogaloo. 6-shot. Do you ever solve the robotics drift? Hybrid tech, Raja, should mostly fix that problem. You're always going to encounter... KSP is coded... All right. To understand why drift happens, you have to understand a little bit about physics and a little bit more about KSP's backend. KSP is coded in float, meaning that stuff rounds, so you can only be accurate to a certain decimal place. Float is something that's used in coding, and once again, it rounds off numbers on purpose to save space and to limit data calculations, so basically Kerbal doesn't fry your computer. There are methods of code where you don't need to do something like float. You could use integer, or you could use double and get more precise calculations, but the simulation would be butthole. It would be nowhere near real time. Just a little bit on coding there. Now, so drift is always going to happen. Long story short, there are ways to minimize it. Same vessel collision between physicsless parts usually fixes that. Hybrid tech is what minimizes it the most. But the funny thing is that inadvertently creates an interesting conundrum here. What does that mean? Parts in Kerbal wear out. They bend. Just like real life. In Kerbal, parts wear out and bend for different reasons than they do in real life. But yeah, fatigue happens, part fatigue. So I don't think it's, so what am I trying to say? Sorry, it's kind of all over the place right now. I'm looking at all this stuff that we made back in the day. What am I trying to say? The point that I'm getting at here is that I think trying to get rid of drift is that's not the problem we should be solving. The problem we should be solving is a way to work with it. Have the parts wear in a way where they'll bend themselves back into place. That was the next big thing that I kind of wanted to mess with in KSP 1. Figuring out ways not to mitigate drift completely, but work with it to get parts to basically self-heal. Think like Roman concrete. There's a way to do it. If parts can drift out of position, they can drift back into position, right? So what causes this? Part drift on robotic parts happens because of the momentary physics easing on scene load, amongst other things. Now, keep in mind, what are the parts in Kerbal where... What times in KSP does physics get reloaded? Physics gets reloaded during two vehicles docking together, time warp, and reloading a scene. Right? That's why that happens. I heard the ISS will be abandoned in 2030 because of metal fatigue. The components are wearing out, Dummy Slayer. It's not going to be abandoned. It'll be deorbited. You don't want to abandon a football field-sized object in space. That would be catastrophically bad. That would be like having a cruise liner basically ghost-ridden across the Atlantic. Will it be fine? Yeah, maybe. Is it most likely to cause problems with other things around, floating around in the water? Yep. Yep. Little backwards. Integer is... Yeah, I said it backwards, hot dog. Sorry, I'm not a software guy. Yeah, double. Integer is that way. So it's integer float double, right? Did I say... I said it wrong. I said that integer is over here on the right, on this side of float. That's... You're right. You're correct. I suck at software. I like mechanical engineering, but yeah, that doesn't mean I don't understand what the heck's going on with float and float and double. If KSP was coded in double, there'd be no part drift. Yeah. But also you would probably get the frame rate that you get with a 1,000-part vehicle with 100 parts at best. There's a rounding error. Yep. Yeah, just mix them up, but you got the right idea. Yeah, can you imagine if we had a KS... Dude. Oh! Yeah, like, can you imagine a sequel to this game where it's just the exact same game, but the back end is coded with double? You could have... If we did that and they found a way to make it work, like use double and get the simulation rate high, you could probably do it with like part welding or something, like an integrated part welder. If we did something like that, if they did something like that, we could, yeah, this could easily, yeah, you could handle 2,000 parts. Shouldn't be an issue. The other thing would be physics. So physics is the other reason why parts drift around, because of that momentary loading, right? Just because physics is the same way. It simplifies the physics because of data reasons, right? KSP on a custom-built engine, tailor-made, like not on Unity, not on Unreal. A game like this needs its own engine, right? If KSP 2 was basically the exact same thing as KSP 1, but with a custom-built engine, they would have... Yeah, they would have sold a bajillion copies. Like, yeah, easy peasy. Or it needs this. Is that Jolt? Yeah, I know about Jolt. Yeah, Jolt could work, but tailor-made applications would probably be the right move. Aqualux, I had the benefit of talking to Harvester a little while ago about this. The guy that made KSP 1. I'm honestly parroting him because of my lack of understanding of software engineering. Yeah, he said Jolt could work, like you could do it, but what KSP really needs is its own custom physics engine. Yeah, it needs its own custom physics engine, and it needs its own game engine. The physics engine is kind of like a module that you click to the main engine. But yeah, I have a theory that might be someone somewhere might be doing that in the future. I can't say where though. It's ITAR. You know what I'm saying? All right, so. Yeah, new mark, maybe. They're moving the load spreader for the tower segment stacking for the first tower segment. Ooh, that reminds me, I should pull up Starbase Live. Yep, spreader's ready to go. All right, so we want to build a launch pad. Let's find the smallest launch vehicle that we made in our Mission Mode 2 save. It's called LV-1. That was the code name for the project. It's my Imahara rocket. Imahara was a small sat launcher that I basically used in early career mode. Now, if you guys don't know what Mission Mode is, it was my custom rule set for KSP. It's a KSP career mode save, but I had a custom rule set to basically make it like workers and resources realistic difficulty hard. You had to build up. My custom rule set was that you had to build everything. You had to build everything. No putting a launch vehicle on the pad with some launch clamps and hitting the space bar. That's not allowed. If you wanted to build something and launch it into space, you had to build out all the equipment for it, with an emphasis on reusability. That's the LV-1. Oh, nice, goalie. There you go. KSP realism difficulty. Yeah, I also had chat vote on funding for the projects, and we would edit in cash based off of what chat voted for, making this absurdly difficult. Mission mode was really, really tough, and unfortunately the SSTO program kind of killed it, but hey, whatever. But we actually scaled up our tech tree, started with a small launch vehicle, worked our way through career mode, doing commercial missions, and we actually worked our way up to making an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture that got us to the moon and back. Yeah, EOR is what it's called. Hey, Tony? What's Tony doing up there? That's weird. It fast forwarded to the next video. Must have clicked the wrong button. See that? I was playing Stay Tuned. That's a great YouTube channel. Yeah, pretty much, J-Speed. It's interesting. I wanted it to show... I wanted it to be realistic to understand the process of design by committee, and let's just say we figured it out. So here's Imahara's pad. Imahara was a small sat launcher, basically as tiny as you can go, and I borrowed some ideas from Rocket Lab with Electron. This basically works a lot like their launcher. So what you guys are seeing is basically a Kerbalized version of that. Right there. Yep. Oh, also the rules for mission mode, no reloads, no quick saves, no nothing. Whatever happens, happens. You put this thing out on the pad, it blows up in your face, good. And kiss that money goodbye. Could you do a demo of one of the launch pads? Yeah, off leave, sure. I'm not going to do it in my mission mode save because this save is still paused. We could go back to playing it if we really wanted to. So what I'm going to do is take anything with an LV-1 designation and move it into one of my debug saves. Yeah. We even gave provisions for small capsule for Imahara. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Wait, that would mean I built a crew access arm for this thing. Are you doing full mission mode just like the one years ago? No. No, Ivo. If I was going to do mission mode again, I would retain all stakeholder expectations. No chat voting. I would basically... No chat voting on mission architecture. Chat voting on funding is how I would do it again. Having you guys decide the architecture was idiotic of me. And it taught me a valuable lesson about when lawmakers decide to design a launch vehicle, how incredibly bad that is for stakeholder expectations. Yeah. Yeah, those are relay stations right there that we made. I'm trying to... Yeah, okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let me go over here like this. Let's go into Saves. Mission mode 2. Ships. SPH. Anything here with an LV1 designation, which is all of the stuff for Imahara. We will copy and we will put into my debug save, my engineering mode save, where we just build stuff. Yeah, so like in this mission mode rules, if I wanted to test something, guys, good. Figure out a way to make a test stand for it. Yeah, no send it, hit the space bar, and oh, if it blows up, haha, revert, that was just a test flight. That was just a practice swing. None of that. You had to engineer out the test stands for your launch vehicles if you wanted to get them to work correctly. Yeah, also, one of my rules was, well, there's debris for rockets and stuff. Sometimes rockets crash and debris falls. You want that debris back? You got to go get it. If not, it ain't going anywhere. There's no just magical. I mean, there's a magical recover button in KSP, but if you want to get your money back for recovering that debris, good. Find a vehicle, make a vehicle to go and get it. If NASA had a problem with a space shuttle and the space shuttle had to land somewhere else, right? You'd have to find a way to go and get your space shuttle back to the launch site. That's where Jeb died, by the way. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the junkyard. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hey, Spacey. So, yeah, these rules were tough. Very difficult. Very difficult rule set. Fun to play, though. What I want to do today is just show you guys a demo of this launch of Imahara's launchpad and do a launch with it, and then get into the basic ideas of if you would like to play like this, how you would go about solving that problems. Can I see your chat? Yeah, I just said hi to you. This is all the parts that I did end up recovering. It's sitting in a junkyard out here. These are all parts from various missions. This is what's left of DART Experimental Vehicle 8. I made a trailer and a crane. It crashed out there and killed... I don't think this one killed Jeb, actually. I'm pretty sure this is the one that we were transporting via helicopter and the chain broke. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's left of this. I went and actually picked up all of its pieces, put them on the trailer with the Kerbal EVA. And yeah, we towed that trailer to our junkyard. This was a test article from the early parts of my Freedom Rocket program. That was Experimental Core 7. I used flag packs to serialize all my stuff. This was a trailer that was carrying some pieces of the DART that killed Jeb. There's some thrusters. These thrusters in-game have flown into space. Yeah, these things went into space. Same with that one over there. Most of this stuff is flight hardware. In my save, that's the marker for the junkyard. There is... That's Phoenix. It has its integration bracket on it and its processing stool attached. That vehicle has flown into space 2 times without ever being recovered. The other thing about this is that Phoenix has crashed. One of those times it actually crashed. And what I ended up doing, and this took a lot of time and a lot of patience, is because my DART mini shuttles are made out of all parts that Kerbals can handle with EVA, we rebuilt it outside of the SPH. We reattached all the parts and rebuilt the thing. Yes, you are looking at a vehicle that had one of its wings cut off. I believe part of its wing is sitting, the original wing is sitting over there. We actually rebuilt the vehicle outside of the SPH. This thing has flown to space multiple times. If you start looking at it, though, you can see that there are some parts that are not exactly lined up and symmetrical. Yeah, like the RCS thrusters, see? I had to rebuild them by hand with a Kerbal outside of the VAB. So they're not exactly aligned. Can we do a Will It Fly with Phoenix? No. Hey, Tigris. Any news on an engine test for Booster 12? Should be happening soon.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Merkers, 30-month resub. Are you in sandbox mode? Spacey, this version of Kerbal with all this saved flight hardware, this save is career mode. So, no, this was not in sandbox. All this stuff flew with profits from missions. There's another processing stool for another Dart. There's my research and development. That's an R&D trailer that's designed to collect science. This thing can be hitched up to... it actually gets picked up like a Connex, and you could put it on a truck. Yeah, I believe some of these pieces over here are part of Dart's original wing. Yeah, anyway. These capsules are all part of the early space program from this save. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Jeb, Bill, Bob, and Val all flew in these capsules, and they were all picked up and recovered out of the water, and I brought them back here. Yeah, that's mission mode. You're not just building a launch vehicle. No. You're not just building a launch vehicle. You build everything. Guess what? Jeb lands out in the middle of the ocean. Go find a way to get him home. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed and Mike Collins landed in the middle of the ocean. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, they did. They needed a way to get back. USS Hornet. You have to build all the recovery vessels. Anything you want. Anything you need to get your Kerbals back here. That's why we opted to build that mini shuttle, so we wouldn't have to do any of that. Because building those types of vehicles is tough. Now let's go over to the pad here. There's a Dart still on orbit, so... Mishu, I played Kerbal with a workers and resources realistic rule set. Yeah, it's really fun playing it this way, if not really difficult, and requires a lot of time. I would like to go back to doing this, but I gotta get my feet wet here. No, Ace. Jeb died on this one when a Dart actually... I didn't do enough aero research with Dart to get it to work right. So Jeb actually died over there when a Dart fell short of the runway, and I had to try and land it on uneven terrain, and that ended about as well as you think. Do you have a station on orbit? In this save, yeah, sure. That's where that Dart that's still on orbit is. This is the launch pad. This launch pad has launched multiple rockets multiple times, and I have the VAB that's on landing gear. It's retracted right now, so the thing's just sitting on pads down here. It's sitting on a girder segment on the ground. There's a guide piece for the rail right there in the form of that panel. And then what happens is as landing gear deploys, the whole tower lifts up and gets put on wheels, and I have a truck that you can drive in and hitch to the tower and move it into position over the pad. Once you move it into position over the pad, vehicles can drive in here, and the crane on the pad can pick them up and set them, what's called LVOS in the industry, launch vehicle on stand, basically stack right on the launch pad. This right here is, for the most part, a functioning Kerbalized version of... Give me a moment. Not Complex 39. It's Complex 34. That. Right there. Nope, that's all Complex 39. That's Slick 37, I think. No, that's not 37. That's 34. That's a bridge crane. See it right there? The bridge crane picks itself up. It can jack itself up and move on wheels. And when it does, it moves over the pedestal, right? And there's a gantry crane built into the top. You can see the rails for it right there and right there. Crane moves into position, and they start stacking the vehicle. I studied how the Apollo program integration worked hardcore. There it is right there. There's the bridge crane. See? It looks like a bridge, but it's not. It's a gantry crane. It's basically a gantry crane built into the top of an integration structure. this thing could pick itself up, move all the way over here, set itself down on those pegs right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they would bring in the vehicle. They would bring in the stage from the side. The bridge crane could pick it up and stack it. That's how they put the Saturn 1 together. That's moving around a vehicle stage adapter for the Saturn 5. Yeah. They were cooking with Apollo. Oh, there's a picture using a similar method to put it on a test stand. Yeah, that's the first, that's a Saturn 1 SA1. Serial number 1. They scrapped it last year. Was still around. This picture's from the early 60s. Look at NASA's logo. Old school. Yeah, that test stand is still around, though, which is pretty cool. They're about to scrap that as well. You know, that's good. There's a picture of the same test stand. Why'd they scrap it? Because they left it outside for 50 years and it basically rotted out. Anybody like Tri-5 Chevys? How about Tri-5 Chevys and test stands? This is down in Huntsville. That snuck in here. That's not supposed to be in here. But also, nice picture. I'm trying to find... Nice. Are we going to do a Kerbal mission? This is my first time getting back into KSP after a long time, Spacey. You're probably not going to see much today. I'm just kind of getting reacquainted with this. But yeah, that's Complex 34. That's, well, it was still under construction. The tower isn't there. Yeah, these are under construction pictures. And I used these pictures to figure out how this stuff all came together. Yeah, most likely, John. I'm not interested. W. Is that a Fiat 500? Cool. Country Squire. Very nice. Old Econoline right there. Old Suburban. Old Fairlane. Falcon two-door wagon, because your station wagon doesn't need 4 doors. It needs 2. Sorry, I love old cars. Yeah, there's a picture of the bridge crane. So that, I basically used that to learn how they would put rockets together. And we built a Kerbalized version of it right there. There it is. This thing does exactly the same thing. We bring the vehicle in right here. It can pick it up and set it right on the pad. Maybe a mission mode where we can use our viewer points to buy things or create missions in the playthrough would be nice, since viewer points weren't a thing back then. No. You guys, Ace, I put a lot of thought into this from the lessons learned from the first mission mode. From mission mode 2. No. You guys have no say in the design process. That's my job. How we go about building the things together, sure. I come up with the stakeholder expectations, though. No. Yeah, no. Chat should have no official manner in the design process. Yard basically ruined that for you guys, so. Mini Mechazilla on rails, I like it. That's right, Pop. Yep. You can't build launch pads in KSP2 JDG. Sorry, I know that was a little while ago. I accidentally flipped off a window on YouTube chat. Not that this kind of flipped off, I switched it. But anyway. Another SSDO, please. No. So are you the one deciding the architecture? Stop asking, Chief, respectfully, I don't know. Stop asking questions, man. I just want to show people how to build a launch pad today. Will we start mission mode rules again in the future? Yeah, probably. Yeah, we got to get back into it. We'll get the best visual mods that we can get, and heck, man, maybe I'll do some 3D modeling and make a launchpad parts pack or something. Wouldn't be against it, to be 100% honest with you. Is Valentina safe in this save? Yep, Valentina's flown like 4 or 5 missions into space. Come on, realism overhaul. Didn't I just get through saying that you guys have no say in this process? I mean, albeit for a slightly different thing, but... Respectfully, I could say my opinion, I hope. So if you're the one deciding the architecture, you would have the option of building nothing but pads for the next couple of years. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dick. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's take a look. LV1 architecture.
Discovery,
Hey,
go and
Owens.
throttle up.
Crude master design, crude pads. Oh yeah, we did build a crew access tower. Speaking of pads, found this recently, a test from 1985. Vandenberg sound suppressor test. Yeah, I knew about that. It's so strange to me to see EJ subs that never saw EJ play KSP. I've never played this game, so I have no idea, but I'll just watch it. Newmark, I know. You came through from cities, right? Let me tell you, dude, like, you know how I would just one more lane, bro? Like, we get into the minute details of building roads in cities. I do that with spaceflight architecture here. Which came first, the rocket or the pad? Without the pad, there can be no rocket. But without the rocket, there can... Unless you're DCX, in which case DCX does not need a pad. It can just take off. All you gotta do is hook up a fuel hose. Yeah, DCX. The vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO test concept from the early 90s. Yeah. All you gotta it's like an airplane. All you gotta do is it has landing gear. And all you gotta do is just hook up a fuel hose. Just undo it. All right. Let's see if we can remember how Imahara goes together. I'm pretty sure this pad does drift out of control, but we'll see. Let's go over here. Can't wait to see more DCX style operations. Would be nice, dude. Star Raker, still a good idea. Star Raker's engine was amazing, dude. Can you imagine if that thing actually got made? Yeah, public good times, dude. We'll bring back the good times. You should propose a show on NSF talking about rockets, ground infrastructure. That would be fascinating to watch. Yeah, Rocket Guy's DCX is ridiculous. Has your mic audio changed recently? Yes. I have a much nicer mic, and I have a suppressor on it. If I remember right, haven't we placed down a ground anchor? I don't... Hmm? Ooh. SRBs to it. You got a tax stamp for that suppressor, right? ICBM? No. This is a orbital class launch vehicle. Thanks. Seemed more crackly than before. It's because I have a fan blowing in here. Show you why. Make more sense now? Oh, it's going up. That's good. Yeah. It's hot. That's why if the mic seems a little peaky, it's because the wind is blowing on it a little bit. Hey, can we just check on the station, switchcraft in the tracking station? No? I switched saves, Spacey. There's no... I laugh at you 29 degrees and raise you 34 on the way to 39. Yeah, what's the humidity? 70% humidity here, dude. Going outside is like taking a dive into a pool. It's straight Florida weather, dude. This is straight Florida weather. You should get yourself a mini split. Oh, believe me, it's on my radar. Can't do this anymore, man. Not streaming or anything. This temp sucks. This isn't fun. It's tough to focus in here. All right, let's put the launch pad out. Just put it off to the side. That's how I usually do things. Save. Launch it. Yeah, that's right, Hammernails. Yeah, the weather people just basically said, well, if you didn't... the weather forecaster... I watched the news in the morning. The weather forecaster was basically like... yeah, if you're not flying down to Florida this summer, you don't have to worry about that. Florida will be here.
Go at throttle up.
Oh. Yeah, that's an issue. Let's... Hey, John. What's this button do? Also, you could get a portable unit that puts hoses out the window. Okay, two things about that. I have the air conditioner is going overtime. Problem is, I'm in a metal building. That metal building is in the sun. If you have a metal building that's insulated with no climate control inside and the sun's beating on it, it turns into an oven. I'm having trouble getting the heat out of this building because the sun sinks so much heat into this damn metal structure. I have an air conditioner working right now. It has a heat vent at the back of the garage that I drilled through with a hole saw and used a dryer vent. There's a dryer vent to get the heat out of here. Second of all, there ain't no windows in here. Oh, I didn't realize it's metal. You have a wood frame shop. Needs more BTUs. Dude, it's 10,000 BTUs, and this room is 12 by 12. I have a door shut to the garage. It's just the heat that's being fluxed from the metal structure of the building. And the fact that the computers do give off a lot of heat, but it should be able to keep up. But between the building, the garage, which is basically a big freaking heat conductor during the day, and it's also insulated so the heat stays inside. So yeah, it's basically an oven. It's a 1,000 square foot oven. I basically got an autoclave in here. Nope, that's hyperbole on my part. Just, it's a joke. It's not an autoclave, I know. And the freaking 2 space heaters that I have over there that are allowing you to see what you see, the 10,000 BTU can't keep up. It just can't keep up. You gotta put on the aviators to stay cool. My guy. All right, so Imahara's pad was built before we figured out hybrid tech, so I'm not 100% sure how well this is going to work, but you know, we'll see. Yeah. You need a liquid cooling system like the shuttle. Shop sounds like it needs central air. Heat pump would probably be good. I need a mini split or a heat pump or something. This is why you need to pick up an excavator. That way you can dig a geothermal heat pump for the garage on stream. You know what, Canuck? Out of all the ideas that people have proposed to help solve my heating problems, I think I like that one the best. Need to suck the heat out at the top. There's no vents in the roof, lunatic. This place is basically an oven. Moaning like a Brit there, fella. Proud of you. Wolfie, this is beyond that. You would roast in this, dude. It's bad. If somebody that lived in Florida is saying it's bad, it's bad. Let's get the fueling vehicle out. Actually, I don't know if the pad has fuel in it. We'll find out. It's 1,000 square feet, Mile. We could do it, dude, yeah. There's the transporter. Try RSS. No, I'm good, thanks. Do you have well water? Nope. There it is. Okay, so we have some... That is a re-entry vehicle. Yeah, we'll launch it, whatever. Just say Smith. None of this freaking matters. My aerospace job is relocating us to Cape Canaveral from DC this weekend. Nice. Nice, Jared. That's cool. Alright, so the rocket is unfueled. It's easier to transport these things when they're not fueled. Alright. Switch this over, check to see if I left any notes. Of course I didn't. Rory! Actually, we'd probably need an engine. A foul. All right, let's go. Someone who also lives in Massachusetts, this is great weather for gardening. However, doing anything outside for too long is uncomfortable. Not used to this Florida weather. Yeah, Eric, dude, I'm with you on that one. I lived in Florida, so I have to, like, readjust, dude. I was working in the shop this morning before the sun was, like, fully up in the sky, and I was sweating so hard it looked my shirt was actually wet. Like, not like, oh, you got a sweat stain right here. No. I think I could have gotten less wet jumping in a pool. Alright, here we go. So this is Imahara. I hope we have the clearance to make it down this ramp. If not, I know of a way to do it. At least you know where you were hydrated. Is it climate change? No. No, it's just hot. Hot summers happen, guys. It's like before the 90s, people don't remember that it can get hot in the summertime. Okay. This should be a pretty straightforward integration if I'm remembering. Also, we're at peak solar maximum. Yeah, Pete, I don't think people take that into account when they think about this stuff. What's solar maximum, guys? Just in case anybody's wondering. So Earth's orbit is not exactly circular around the sun. It's slightly eccentric, meaning there are points every once in a while where we get closer to the sun. Guess what? If you get closer to the big fusion ball in the sky, it's gonna heat things up a little bit. It happens. Solar maximums happen every once in a while. It's just right place at the right time. Every 11 years. There you go. Yep. Thanks, Pete. I thought that the difference was negligible. Now, okay. Just while we're here, just to dispel anything, I'm not saying that we don't screw with the climate. You don't add 7 billion people to this planet and think that the climate is going to stay the same. That's completely ridiculous. However, with that being said, there is variations with the weather. It happens. It happens, guys. If anything, you want to know what's locally screwing up the climate? The fact that they made it so they banned sulfur emissions from container ships. Yeah, sulfur was being pumped into the atmosphere, and that SO2 was actually absorbing a lot of the heat that's generated from carbon emissions. Yeah, so we removed all the sulfur, and that heat has to go somewhere. That's why we got hot summers. Go read about it. Absolutely a thing. Reflecting sunlight. Sorry, that's what it is. Sorry, I said it wrong. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. But yeah, that absolutely is a thing, dudes. This launch vehicle was a great design. I never liked Imahara's pad. I don't think Imahara's pad was a good idea. This is why nothing freaking lines up. So let's lower our spring strength. There we go. Okay, the vehicle is attached, right? Let's retract those clamper arms. Okay. Now what we do is undock that. We're still on pad control. And now that. See if it works. Hey, it still works. All right. Here, lights. All right. Nice. We could shut that off. It's the daytime. I don't know if Imahara is on Kerbal X, Jax, to be honest with you. I don't know. Maybe. I may have put it up there. Respect on the name, though. Chat actually named this one. It's one of the few chat W's from this design. We don't have a flame trench. Of course we do. It's right there. Rare chat W. More stuff could just fall over in my office for no reason. That's good too. So the vehicle's upright, but we need to fuel. We need to fuel it, turns out. I don't remember how to do that. I think we needed to fuel the vehicle first, to be honest with you. How's the pup? Fine. Ghosts. 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 Period. Question mark. How's the pupper doing with the heat? You get him a kiddie pool to play in yet? Yes, we do. A kiddie pool for him. The house is air conditioned. He stays in there. I mean, he grew up in Tennessee. I'm pretty sure he's okay, but isn't this the Imahara variant with the intercontinental ballistic ground station that used at the start of mission mode? That is the payload that's aboard 62. Yep. Yep. But we got to fuel the damn thing. Are you in Texas? I am not in Texas. No, I'm in Massachusetts. Not close to Texas. All right. What we're gonna have to do is, yeah, we gotta send fuel to the pad, but I think we're supposed to do that before. We're supposed to do that before we attach the rocket. You have to fuel the pad first, which is true to real life. So we're going to have to back this. These are guides to make sure that we're all lined up. If I recall correctly, you wrote the checklist down. I wrote a checklist? Unlikely. The way I did the user experience for this pad is basically you can't launch the vehicle if the vehicle won't go anywhere if you don't fuel the pad. I was able to figure out my checklist without even looking at it here because of the way I designed it. So here's what we'll do. Leave this thing here. We take this, switch back to the pad, unlock this, and then bring it back down. Come on. Yeah, that's probably not good. She locked back into position, though. Oh, the rocket is just freestanding on this. I'm sure that's fine. We're stuck. We're stuck on some. Oh, nice. Oh, that's what we were stuck on. Yeah, I should probably undo those. See what I mean? It won't let you do certain tasks, like drive the launch vehicle away, if the systems will act as a detent. They'll hold it in place, so you can't do it. Like I said, that's all intentional. I designed it this way. So, yeah, you can't, great, you could put the vehicle on the pad, but you can't launch it if there's no fuel. If you could redesign the pad, what would you change? Yes. That's what I'd change. Yes. So we'll just leave that there. Oh, I forgot I wanted to tell you, I was at a family funeral on Monday. Rip Aunt Jane. And one of my cousin's husbands worked at Ford for 39 years. He said Ford is talking about making another sedan again. We were talking about Bluefus and the Trip. Yeah, they're gonna bring the Fusion back, Geek, because I will say that just Ford ceasing to make production cars, like sedans, four-door cars, hatchbacks, was probably the most idiotic thing Ford has done. Probably since the Ford Probe, so in about 30 years. About 30 years. Yeah, that was idiotic. Make the Ranger small again. Yeah. The Ranger is basically an F-100 nowadays. It's funny. Which is ironic because the Ranger started out as a trim level for an F-100. Ford hasn't made a sedan since 2020, Mick. Not in any country. How many Mondeos do you see on the road, dude? I can't, like, seriously, I can't understand why somebody thought this was a good idea. Somebody's like, yeah, we don't need to make cars anymore. Are you dense? Have you made a Delta 2 out of Imahara? No. Here in Spain, they stopped doing a Monteo a few years ago. They weren't selling much. Boy, bruv, is your head dented, bruv? The only car that Ford makes is the Mustang. Everything else is an SUV or a truck. That's just so stupid. And hearing the automakers say, well, people want crossover SUVs is the hardest cope I've ever seen. It's hilarious, dude. The people want the crossover SUV. No, they want the high driving position. Sure. Explain Tesla then. How about you make a car that people want? Just saying. Bring back the Crown Vic. Indeed. You only buy them because there's nothing else to buy. I'm serious, Aqualex. It's the biggest cope I've ever seen. And it's not just Ford doing that. GM and everything. GM is busy. Actually, what GM has been busy with lately is basically tooting their own horn how they're leading the EV revolution, which is all right. And Chrysler, well, I don't think Chrysler even knows what Chrysler is doing at this point. Although I will say though, the inline six dual overhead cam engine that they're developing is actually. Yeah, Tigris, you know, crossover SUVs, because I want my car to look like a shoe. Let's set down the guide rods. The irony is that Teslas are now among the worst-selling electric vehicles. What? Talking about? What? Why would you say that way, Raja? Why would you even say that? Yeah, they're the worst selling vehicles because everybody has one now because they've been the best selling vehicles for the best selling EVs for like the last decade. It's a really weird way of saying they're notoriously successful. That's bizarre. Okay. Lower the spring rate down. Yeah, baby. All right, cool. Begin fueling. We're fueling up the pad. Drummer, the irony is that if Ford made a Crown Victoria, we're filling up the fuel farm for the vehicle here. If Ford made a Crown Vic, that's basically the exact same thing. Body on chassis design, full-sized sedan. but instead of an internal combustion engine, they just put the Mach E drivetrain in it, I'd buy that. Sure. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we are tanking the tank farm. And a full-size EV sedan, right? For going to get groceries with. I don't know why this is so hard to do. Like, it's just very strange to me. Why can't you make a car that people want that doesn't look like every other car? I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I just want a car. Doesn't have to be an experience, and it doesn't have to look like a damn shoe. Anyway, let's get back to fueling operations, shall we? It's almost like they know what we'll sell and come up with reasons to refuse to do so. Yeah, Bro Handy, yeah, maybe. I'll tell you what though. I feel like hybrid powertrains are still better than going all out EV at the moment. Depends on the hybrid powertrain. Putting an electronically assisted motor inside of your transmission is a very complicated way of making a hybrid. That's probably the stupidest way to do it. I honestly, credit where credit is due. Chevy Volt, that's the way you make a hybrid EV. Or how Edison is making their trucks. Don't have mechanical work going to your drive wheels. That's stupid. Why would you do that way? I need AC and a radio in a car. Ando, I would contend to say that if I got into making cars right now, I wouldn't even have a radio. Just a jack for a cell phone. 3.5 jack. That's it. Just a 3.5 jack that goes into a very simple head unit that has speakers inside of the car. Who uses a radio? No one uses a radio. Who uses GPS in a car? Nobody does that. You use your phone. Just some speakers and a plug for said speakers in the car. You don't even need a radio. I use the radio. You could use a radio on your phone. .3.5 jack and a Bluetooth. Bingo. All right. Fueling vehicle is complete. Let's move this out of the way. Okay, let's reload the launch vehicle onto the pad. Hey, it would help if, you align the vehicle correctly. Right? Okay. Guide rods are in position. Oh. See, the guide rods aren't letting me move because we're not aligned. That was intentional on purpose. These things won't let you back the vehicle in unless it's perfectly straight. What you got to do is realign until it does let you go forward. The TE is crooked. See, these are the problems that we ran into with the pad. That probably had to do with the TE slamming down onto the deck, but yeah. This is what I mean. This is the kind of stuff you got to take into account when you're playing by this rule set. Okay, set all the guide rods into the right position here. This Freedom, this is an Imahara rocket. It's the rocket that came before Freedom. Okay, she's loaded. Move the clamp arms into position. Is it named after Grant? Yes. Right when I engineered this rocket is right around the time it passed. Unfortunately. Okay. We fused the docking port. We fused it. Crap. Oh boy. Yeah, these two ports are docked together, but they are not giving me an undock function. I can debug it by restarting the game. Yeah. That's cool, Ando. Neat. All right, well. Lock this in, lock everything down into position and hope that reloading the scene is not going to break this. We got to get out of the persistent file, and we have to load up KML. That's what it's called. Crashing the Tanker Car was my favorite episode. Rocket Car was my favorite one, where they basically obliterated a car by attaching SRBs to it and launching it at a concrete wall. That was awesome, dude. Give me 1 second. Let me get the tunage running. All right. Gotta X out of the game in order to fix this. Drunken Gamer,
Go at throttle
83-month resub. Thank you. It's going good, Ellisers. How are you? Purple still gets hung up doing this. Where is KML? I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. Ah, there it is. So this should be able to fix this. Yeah, docking for it. Holy balls. I forget how to fix. How do you fix this? KML is a tool for Kerbal that you can use to fix fused docking ports, amongst other things. There was a button that you could press to fix it. I just forget where it is. There's a way to do this. I forget how to do it. Hang on. There was actually a button that you could just press that hit fix everything, and I just don't remember where it is. Where's the fix everything button? Dang it. Right-click the entry. Yeah, it won't let us. Yeah, I'm right-clicking it and it doesn't do anything. At least we got good tunage. Give me 1 second. These are all the parts on those trucks in the launch pad. Trying to find a docking port. Give me 1 second, I gotta find it. I could have sworn there was a way to just hit save game and be done with it. I forget. I don't know how to do it. We fused the docking port, guys. It's a glitch that happens in KSP where you can't I don't remember how to do it. Oh, I think I got it. Hold on. I found it in the hierarchy and there was a way to save it. So engineering mode, let's back up our persistent file here. Oh, geez, no, don't open it up. Okay, that should have done it. Let's see. Oh, it's the quick save, Tyler. Yeah, you modify the quick save, not the SFS, not persistence. Thanks, dude. Yeah, well, we figured it out, but yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, that's where I was going wrong. I was looking at a save file and not a I was looking at a save file and not why can't I talk? I was looking at the persistence file, not the save file. Let's see if it fixed it. Loads 10 times faster on PS5.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sure it does. Hey, Worst, what's going on, man? We may have broken it. Let's see. They've attached all 4 lifting points to the tower section. They do be stacking though. Oh yeah, baby. Didn't like it. All right, let's try, Tyler, let's try doing what you were doing. Kid Hack is good, man. Yeah, I know Kid Hack's a fun time.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds
Oh,
of the
dude, this
World
takes me
Famous
back, dude.
National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back
Let's hit the road.
2,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
No sinking this boat, Glender. Okay, we have our new quick save, aptly called quick save banana, and we will paste quick save banana in here. And load quick save banana. Come on, baby. Quick save my banana. What? The hand banana, no. Well, is the docking port fixed at least? Hey, it is. Yeah, building GSE is tricky. Because I've been doing this for a while, I think I can say with reasonable confidence that that's probably not what. This event was considered an okay to reload during the original mission mode? No, because if the pad isn't working, I did something wrong. The Kerbal's fine. Kerbal was just taking a nap. Let's just... Maybe we should make some modifications to the pad to get it to work. For Imahara, we designed Imahara in engineering mode. It was the first rocket for mission mode. It was basically a primer, starter rocket, like your vanilla rocket. And where we went from there, Ivo, is basically, I had chat kind of float on it. We had pathways, like adding SRBs. What was the other pathway? Ooh. Look at that little guy. What the heck is this? I've never seen the SpaceX actual account go off like that. Whoa. If you subscribe to Twitter, you can type out an essay. If you have Twitter Blue or X Blue or whatever. All right, we'll read about that later. The other thing that was linked is this. Yeah, baby. Core stage 2. Let's go. They basically talked to everyone that supported the article's point of view, but not SpaceX, NASA, or the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Space News is gonna get sauce. We're gonna do Space News in about an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, let me make some modifications to the pad this time. Pad design, here it is. All right, so there's a lot of things that were going very, very funky with this. Biggest one is that we have straight robotics holding everything in position. Those hydraulic jacks were never going to do anything useful. These plates here are not doing anybody any favors, so we can get rid of those. There's the stoppers there. We have some same vessel collision stuff going on here. Good. I don't know what I was thinking with those. We can get rid of those. All that is basically compensating for the fact that the design is inadequate for my needs. So I kept Band-Aid fixing it. What are the needs of this pad? Well, we need to be able to reuse it. I moved the struts so they're actually on the top of the rails instead of on the side so they won't get in the way. I need to be able to reuse this pad so I don't need it doing exactly what just happened, freaking out and exploding in my face. That's probably not ideal. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some modifications to it. The clamper arms work just fine. The retraction mechanism, that seems to be, or the erecting mechanism, that seems to be working okay. What do we have here? That's the TE retract for when the rocket goes to launch. All right, let's go into my sub-assemblies and we'll upgrade this. It needs some hybrid tech. So this is a mechanical bearing that we have that we made. It's made out of spectrometers in the game. But we can use this. We should be able to use this. Let's get the pad up in the air, so to speak. So we can get the camera looking in. And use this to make sure the hinge doesn't freak out. And it does line up, which is good. 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 Let's bring these in. Center them like that. Make sure that... So if you look inside of the spectro bearing right here, there's a... See this hexagon right here? Not the star, but the hexagon that's inside of it. That can be used as a hinge. What are we going to use for our axle, for our bearing? RCS. Yeah, that works.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So inside of this pad, we have the structural tube. That structural tube is basically our flame trench, and it's also the root part of the entire pad. I made that the part that connects directly to the hinge. The reason why is because that part needs to stay straight. Everything else here is basically just for looks. We don't need anything else here aside from those fuel lines right there, to be honest with you. Those are fuel lines to fuel the rocket up. Yes, you have to do that if you're going to make pads. You have to have fuel lines to flow the fuel correctly. I missed the spaceplane project. Was that ever completed? The Star Raker. I'm getting annoyed that I'm forgetting the names of my own projects and how to do things in KSP. That's not cool. Star Raker worked. I got it working. I never finished it. The reason why I never finished it is because it takes 3 hours to launch into space. Cool project, but more of a project to test my engineering chops, I guess. Okay, so let's go in here like this, and we'll start messing with some action groups. Here, enable same vessel collision on the spectrometers. And enable same vessel collision on the RCS. What I basically just did there was strengthen this robotic hinge. We added parts and collisions for the hinge so it doesn't move around. Because you notice when I brought that transporter erector back down into position, it bent out of shape, right? So that's going to strengthen the hell out of that. How do you feel about KSP 2? I don't. What about SCRV? What about it? Miss big chunkus. Okay. All right, I'm gonna keep working on this project. Okay? SCRV got finished. I never built the pad for it, Pigzig. I saw it, Goalie. We'll talk about it more for space news, dude. Where is my thermo bearing? So, just to make sure that this stuff doesn't mess up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put right here. This is another pilot, basically a hinge that we can make. We made it out of an RCS bearing and some thermometers. This is a guide. I can use it as a guide rod. So what I'm gonna do, take the RCS, get out of that, make sure that RCS is disabled, and go in here like this, and then set that so the arm comes back down and hooks into the same spot every time. You'll see it working here in a moment. We need to go here, enable same vessel collision. Go Okay, good. Do you think there's a way to use hybrid tech to make Dart work better? I missed Dart, it was a good idea. Dart needs to be slightly redesigned to get it to work correctly. Shut up. Now you got me thinking, you jerk. Hey, how's your commute going, Havocs? Yeah. See, you gotta do now you got the gears turning, jerk. I mean, thank you, but also Dart really doesn't need a hybrid tech fix, Havocs. That's not really the issue with it. The issue with Dart is that so it would need to be redesigned. I need to redesign the wing to get it to fly better. It doesn't fly very well. It flies basically like a warhead because center of mass, center of lift relationship is no good for a vehicle that small. It does not utilize lifting body characteristics because the center of lift is so far from the center of mass. Now, with all that being said, the landing gear is what screwed us. The landing gear is what killed the Dart program. The landing gear, remember when unless you touch that landing gear down perfectly, it'll bounce you up in the air. Cruel and unusual. Yikes. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, that's what's going on. Is this KSP 2? No, I'm back to playing 1. The superior game. All right, we really don't need a heat shield down there. Yeah, we could just have it hit the ground. It's not an issue. Yeah, the landing gear was the Achilles heel. There are other ways to go about that problem, Havocs, and I don't know. You guys tell me if. Actually, I'll just ask you, dude. You tell me because we're talking about it.
Go and throttle up.
There was a project that Japan, I think it was Japan. No. It was called IXV. I don't know. I thought. Hey, Windy, Tier 3 111, KSP 111. Yeah, there it is, right there. Actually, IXV. It was not Japan. It was the ESA. Basically made a Dart-sized vehicle, right? And this thing didn't have any landing gear. That thing can fly like an airplane, even though it looks like a shoe. It'll fly. We could borrow some concepts from this design. We could borrow the body flap for, control, right? Could do that, and go from there. Now, like I said, it's a little tiny reusable spacecraft. It was just a demo, but they actually did launch it. Now, how the IXV actually came back, and it did come back. They launched it into space and it came back down. See? But it doesn't have any landing gear. What it does have is a parachute. So basically, it flew back to its landing area, which was, it was out in the ocean, and instead of like trying to land, it just popped a parachute. It popped a drogue chute to slow down, and then just parachuted down back to where it needed to go. Might not be the worst way to do things. Yeah, with an application like Dart, that might actually be a better solution than trying to figure out whatever tomfoolery the landing gear is doing in this game. Yeah, Havocs, we could remake Dart using panel tessellation, and then just get it to parachute back down. You did suggest shoots, Papa Bear. At the time, I remember that. At the time, I was like, no, it has to land like the space shuttle. The reality of the situation is that it doesn't land like the space shuttle, but whatever. All right, so I need a better guide mechanism over here to make sure this thing is piloted. Basically, make sure this thing sets up shop in the same spot, in the right spot. So I'm going to put a little mechanism on the back here using more of these the thermo bearings to line everything up. This is one of my favorite Robert Marcus songs, dude. So once again, this might look weird, but these are actually, in mechanics, these are what's called a pilot dowel. It's basically something to get you aligned correctly. Basically, when the launch pad tilts back into this position, these will slot into those thermometers, and now we're good to go. We could get even more crazy, though, if you want. Something like this. This is a mechanism that I used from the Venture Star pad. Flip this upside down, right? Then flip that like this. Now, what is that going to do? Isn't that going to get in the way? Yeah. We can toggle same vessel collision between these two parts with an action group, so the game won't understand that those parts clip into each other, but this will actually clamp my launch mechanism down to the pad. And then it won't move. If we do that's same vessel, yeah, it'll bottom it out. Let's just make sure we have all the right stuff. Enable same vessel collision. Good. All right. The last thing we could do is make a damping mechanism to make sure if this thing needs to tilt over with the vehicle attached, that it doesn't, boom, fall into position like that. I'm thinking how we would do that. That would require a hydraulic. That would require some pretty hardcore hybrid tech bearings. So, you know what? Let's just roll with it like this, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, you would need, I would need a hydraulic with a shock absorber mechanism in it, send it to fix this. But this should be a lot stronger. So let's go over here like this. Move the pad into position. Move it off to the side, just like we did before. Move that over. There we go. Ooh, I hope I recovered the other stuff that was there. If I didn't, it's going to spawn this pad right into the other one and probably cause some nice oh, wait, no, the other pad flew away. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. The other pad flew away. That was an actual sentence. Yeah. I was just thinking about that, Aqualex. Have one set for your shock absorber and the other one set for your hydraulic with no damper. That would basically make a strut. It could work. Okay, so I hit action group 1 and nothing should happen. Cool. All right. Let's get our fueling truck out. Let's fuel this sucker. Game also clears the whole pad tile, that's just one of... false. It clears what's on the pad, dude. Let me show you. There's a certain threshold. It's basically that white circle. If you... It won't detect another vessel, quote unquote, on the pad. Watch. Let me show you, derelict. Pretty hot, these rhinos. Contra resub message. Hey, this is a pretty cool looking game. Is it new? You say that all the time when you're in a hot car. All right, we're gonna fuel up the pad. Okay, we are go for pad fueling. Gonna fuel up the tank farm here. Preparation for a launch. This is my first time seeing Kerbal. This is how I play Kerbal Sended. Now, I will warn you, this is a little far removed from conventional Kerbal gameplay, but you don't get to like 15,000 hours in KSP and just hit the spacebar and go. Know what I'm saying?
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it. You want it? Then do it. You need it? Then earn it.
You've been saying 15,000 hours for 5 years. No, I have not. I've been saying 10,000 hours for 5 years. I finally switched it to 15,000 and now it's 15,000 for 5 years? I remember everything you say, fool. How about I have nth hours in KSP? There you go. That worked. Okay, tank farm is full.
You want it? 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 You want it?
That'd be cool, Erudite.
You want it?
Pad is fueled. Let's get the launch vehicle.
You want it? You want it? You want it? You want it?
You need to enable it in the settings, John. BRB buying KSP for the soundtrack. This is not KSP's soundtrack. It is now. Advanced tweakables is what you have to unlock to get auto strut working, yes. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a payload? The Intercontinental Ballistic Relay Station is, their ground station is in there. This thing basically, Imahara's first missions were designed to lob the tracking stations around so we could set up a little ground station network. We have to level the truck. Pitch is set to 0. Truck is perfectly level. This thing, position. Okay. We're attached. Excellent. Hey, Damians. Alright, move the arms into position now. Clamper arms are locked in. Locking the clamper arms. Next bit of business is undock the truck. Truck is undocked. Make sure the brakes are set on the truck so it doesn't roll. Okay, back to the pad. Back to the pad again, yo. Oh, I forgot to change the detent here. Hold on one second. These ones need toggleable disable. This is why I wanted to add hydraulics to this. There, it slipped out of the pins. Hey, Flagon. Well, that was a little weird way of doing that. So, all right, wait till the pins slip down into, they'll clip through if we want. Wait till the pad is in the settled position. And now hit 1. Hang on. Our rates are all over the place, dude. We gotta wait until this stuff kind of zeroes out. Looks like she's rocking a little bit. Alright, now I gotta go up here. We gotta ping the avionics on the rocket. The control point right here. You hit control from here, and we need to see what's dialed in. 88.5, meaning the rocket is not all the way up. Part of getting this right, dudes, and this is one of the problems that we had with Imahara's pad. This thing all likes to drift around and stuff.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I don't really have a better way to say this. The rocket needs to be pointed straight up. That pitch number needs to be as close to 90 as we can get it, or else we're risking taking what's called a cosine loss at ignition. Basically, we don't want the rocket going this way off the pad. We don't need it going that way. We want it to go that way. I know. Weird, right? I mean, 88.4 is pretty damn close. It was Rocket 3, like it from Astra. So, you know what? Normally I would try to figure out this problem here, because something is bent. But for the content, for the supreme content, we'll send it anyway. Okay. Yeah, send it. It's definitely bent right here. We bent something. We probably bent a part when we tried to pick it up, and it was kind of doing this, you know? That's what I mean about, yeah, there's a lot of mechanical engineering that's involved with doing what we're about to do with a rocket. The other thing is that when we fuel it up, it might settle. It'll settle out. So, with that being said, let's lock out the main hinge. Yeah, locking that hinge out got us pretty close. Okay, let's begin first stage fueling. First stage is 50% complete. 50% fueled. I don't think it can get orbital with that payload, Erudite. That payload was not designed to go orbital. I think I designed it so you can't. It'll always be on a suborbital trajectory. Either that or it'll make it, it's not designed to go very far. This is a very small vehicle. First stage 75% complete. Yeah, see, the vehicle is settling. See how stuff's moving around? Vehicle's kind of bending and flexing a little bit. This happens in real life, only worse because there's transients. We're using room temperature propellants, and in real life you're using cryo. So not only is the vehicle, when you're fueling it, be exerting way more load on its hold down point, but it's also also bending and flexing under thermal changes. Excuse me. We need to open up the second stage fuel lines, enabling cross feed. Did you ever go back and solve the drift on this pad? I just implemented some hybrid tech on the pad like 5 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, vehicle's fully fueled. We need to go up here and we need to do a ground gas closeout, disable the cross feed on the decoupler so we don't drain our second stage. Yeah, anyway, RJ, I did some quick hybrid tech fixes to this. It didn't seem like it was exactly good enough. This thing needs hydraulics to help pull it so you have a nice smooth movement when you're going up, because right now it's like and then it just wobbles around on the pad, which is not what you want, but okay. All right. Let me turn Kerbal sound down a little bit. Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound on engine ignition with this sound pack that I have, guys. So, yeah, just headphone users, when we go to launch, it's going to get loud. Status check to proceed with terminal count. We're good. Vehicle is fully fueled. What we're going to do down here is verify that the vehicle is fully fueled by disabling crossfeed on our main docking port umbilical connection. Now what we're going to do, make sure our throttle's at 0. We're going to begin thermal conditioning on the first stage engine. Vehicle is currently reading half fuel tank. We've disabled crossfeed. Vehicle's now reading a full tank of gas. Okay. Thrust vector control checkout to verify that our control systems are working correctly. Okay. Thrust vector control checkout is confirmed. Unlocking gator hinges. Stand by for strong back retract. Gator hinges are retracted. Okay. Strong back is moving into the 80-degree position. Locking out the strong back. Locking out the clamp arms. Okay. Stand by for auto sequencer start. This is, yeah, EJ. This is using the EJ guidance system. Enabling ground pyrotechnic separation. Okay, master docking port is armed. Auto sequencer is good. Pitch and roll rates are stable on the pad. We're not moving around. Vehicle isn't shaking. That's good. That's what we want. Okay. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. 20. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And liftoff. Hey, it still works. We got a liftoff. Imahara's flying. All right. Everything is looking good. Vehicle's pitching down range. Everything's looking real good here. Thrust to weight is 1.2, 1.29 and increasing. Thing looking good here. Sound actually isn't that loud at all. There we go. It's a rocket. It should be loud. Everything's looking good. I don't see any lightning wires. There's no lightning in KSP. We are at max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Engines are out of the throttle bucket. Next step is staging here. Stand by for Miko. First engine flame out, upper stage separation, upper stage ignition confirmed. Rates look good on the vehicle. The next step here would be fairing separation. Adding the lightning towers ethereal would be actually kind of cool, but the part count would be a little not cool. Bearing separation confirmed. Can the first stage be recovered? I don't think so. Okay. Everything's looking pretty good here, actually. Yeah, this thing does seem to have enough delta V to get into space. But not that much. We gotta be careful. Okay, that's engine cut off right there. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, it has enough to basically get to maybe a 70. Yep, it ate the first stage. Our ascent was a little shallow. That's okay. Let's just do a time warp Reno here. Actually, let's plummet it down. We'll see if this thing still works. Bring the music back in. Not too loud. No, we won't circularize. Let's, reorient this bad boy. For entry interface. Okay, stand by for payload deploy. We have good separation on the payload. Second stage is on a disposal trajectory. Okay. Ground tracking station is ballistic. Thermal is capturing minimal ablation on the heat shield right now. Ablation. Second stage is going off into the wild yonder there. Should start to see some plasma accumulation here in a moment. JJ Abrams. Yeah, that would be kind of rad. Okay. I think we might come... no, we'll come down on that. Excellent. I thought this was water for a second. There's a slight roll rate on the vehicle. Aerodynamics are slowing that rate. Ablation on the heat shield. Yep, definitely doing it. What is ablation, Battle Rock? Heat shields. Heat shields, or disposable heat shields, utilize what's called thermal ablation to be able to protect a spacecraft on the way down. Long story short, the heat shield, well, plasma built up on it, and that plasma heats up the heat shield, and the heat shield burns away. The ablator burns away. When that ablator burns away, it releases gas. That gas shoots out to the side and out the back here. That keeps the spacecraft in a nice cool column of gas and prevents the plasma from getting to the important stuff and melting it. Yeah, Thor, there you go. My ablator, yeah. We had 20, we have 11.6. Note the heat shield's a little bit charred. That's how capsules get back down. Ground altimeter. Radar ground altimeter is on. Have non-ablative heat shields ever been made? Space shuttle. Okay. We're getting some slight aerodynamic perturbations here, but we are pretty ballistically stable. Starship 2, yeah, go ahead. Dream Chaser, X-37. Hey, stand by for shoot deploy here. Trying to use as much of the atmosphere to slow down as we can. Didn't the shuttle need constant replacements though? Yeah, but that's not what you asked. The shuttle's heat shield did need to be replaced, but it's not an ablative heat shield. It needed to be replaced. Well, tiles needed to be inspected and replaced because of water intrusion, because they would soak up humidity in the atmosphere. Yeah. Differences. First stage impacted. Okay, looking good. You eject the heat shield? We could. I'm not gonna do it though when we're still falling at a high speed. You want to do it after the parachute fully unfurls. There we go. It's fine. It was wasted anyway. Landing legs are deployed. Solar panels are reading power being generated. Slightly troubling that the heat shield is so explosive on impact. It's probably because the Kerbals made it out of it's probably solid fuel. Solid fuel is a decent ablator. Sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doink. Ground tracking station is in position. Tango Delta. Everything still works. It's a Dalek. It's a ground tracking station. It was a quick and easy way in career mode to have communication with your spacecraft. No, it's definitely a Dalek. Oh, shut up. I designed it, not you. Yeah, ground tracking station. How many did you need to cover the planet? Really didn't need to cover the planet. I just needed to strategically place them along the I strategically placed them basically around Kerbin, where a space station that I made would be in range of most of them. So like basically at the equator. 3 or 4 of them usually do the trick. Will you ever do a career mode in KSP again? Maybe someday. Now make an XY ground station instead of an AZEL. Will you do more KSP? Yes. Can you put that on Kerbal X, please? Yeah. Yeah. A mod that Linux came up with that allows you to add hull cameras. Oh. Yeah, I'll probably grab that. Feels good playing Kerbal again. To be honest with you, it feels good. This feels right. I'm really happy that Imrar's pad is working really well. But what I will do here in a moment is I've been collecting the Space News links. Let's resume to the next day and let's go take a look at our pad. How did the pad hold up? Let's take a look at the pad. Extended. The real hard part of this, dude, KSP is making sure you don't absolutely obliterate your pad on engine ignition. That separation and liftoff was actually super good. Thanks, Past DJ, for the engineering there, because I had to design all this stuff, man. Like, you just get a bunch of parts, a bunch of lights, and a bunch of fuel tanks and stuff in KSP, and it doesn't hold your hand. That's part of the reason why I dig it. All right, let's take a look. Everything seems okay. Unlock that. Move that sucker back into position. Lock those. Actually, those can stay open. I don't think we broke anything. Everything looks okay. It looks like it's... Everything looks fine. Lock it out. Okay. Unlock the latching mechanism. Unlock the main hinge. All right, let's bring her back down. Can we please bring back Wings Wednesday? I don't know. Someday. Back down in position. Lock the guide pins down. Take the main hinge. Lock it out. Pad's ready to go again. Recover that because that has no rocket on it. Wings Wednesday isn't bad. Guys, I'll be 100% real. I play Kerbal once and I get asked if I'm going to do a bajillion things except the thing I'm actually trying to do on stream. It makes this, which is already difficult, a little bit harder than it needs to be. I don't know. This is my first day back. I'm sure we could do a bunch of different things. But I don't want to make any promises because you never know. You know? I don't want to commit to anything just yet. Here, let's see if it does it again. We have 10 minutes. Shouldn't take as long as the first try. Hey, Kane. Now, the real key here is making sure, you know, we don't damage the pad, but making sure we can actually reuse it. Let's see. Sometimes stuff gets all bent out of shape, but with the hybrid tech upgrades that we just did, I think we'll be all right. Yes, Fanta. Crystal clear, but don't be surprised just because we miss the old times. Stop living in the past, man. Just not taking no crap from nobody. And chat made me, despite me not wanting to, made me already talk about KSP2 today. I didn't want to do that. So forgive me for being a little bit pissy, man. Not taking no crap from you guys. I have rockets to launch. This is the fuel truck, send it. Yeah, me neither, John. Yeah, I designed this so the refueling umbilical, the fueling umbilical is the rocket's umbilical. So you just drive a fuel truck in here and it has the same disconnect as the rocket. So the fuel truck ended up looking like the rocket. No one's ever done that in real life. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but yeah, the fuel truck having the same umbilical as the rocket, you simplify your fuel systems that way. But that also might complicate things because your fuel lines are no longer one way, but then again, they're not one way to begin with. Sometimes you need to defuel the pad. Yeah, cryo, most likely. All right, pad's fully fueled. I just need to say, seeing the real KSP running on Twitch is just nice. Ethereal, so that was a very small lift rocket, but can you do that with a medium heavy or super heavy lifter? Ethereal, I've done a medium duty vehicle and I've done a heavy lift vehicle. This gets insanely difficult when you get up to heavy, like the upper end of heavy lifters and super heavy lifters. It gets very difficult. There are very, very hard problems to solve. One of the reasons why is that KSP doesn't have soft body physics. The game won't tell you if you're physically crushing a part. It won't show it. So it's really hard to tell how load is dispersed in KSP unless you really know what to look for. But yeah, it's tough. Do we consider Condor Strongback as a pad? Yeah. And Ethereal, the interesting thing is that that's exactly the same thing as real life. So I'll give you an example. It doesn't necessarily have to do with pads. One time I built a launch vehicle that was supposed to be like ITS. This was like back 2016, 2017. I was trying to build something like SpaceX's ITS, thing that would become Starship, right? I was trying to make something like that. And me not understanding engineering, I just took some landing legs that I had on a much smaller rocket, put them on there, and called it a day. Valuable lesson taught that day that, you know, when you have a rocket that's 1,000 freaking tons, you can't just put landing legs on it. I thought just taking more of the same landing leg and just putting it all around the edge of the rocket, just adding more of them would be fine. You're distributing your point load. It should be fine. No. It makes the vehicle way more complicated. And my solution, and this is just something that we ended up coming up with, my solution was to, because I frankly wasn't smart enough to figure this out at the time, my solution was to just land the rocket basically on its hold down points. So my rocket had this big rocket had 3 hold down points that went below the nozzles, right? So there was, you know, if you landed it, they were fixed basically, right? And if you when you went to boost back the first stage and land it back at the landing site, you just basically landed it on its hold down points, right? Because there was no landing leg that we could design that's designed to hold up 1,000 tons. Now, could I design one to hold that much stuff up? Yeah, we probably could get away with it, but I didn't because it would have screwed my Delta V on that big freaking stage. It would have screwed my Delta V. The Delta V would have been awful adding these gigantic landing legs that can hold up. I think it's actually like a 300-ton empty booster, which, again, it's kind of ironic. And later, SpaceX did the exact same thing. They had something that was screwing with their mass fraction. Now, Kerbal fuel tanks in stock KSP are basically made out of titanium. They're super heavy, right? The mass fraction is terrible. Because of this, I took landing legs out of the design because it would have screwed up my Delta V, would have screwed up my payload capacity. SpaceX did the exact same thing with Super Heavy when they switched to stainless steel construction. Yeah, they did the exact same thing. Interestingly enough. just convergent design. I just did it because I'm a moron. Like, I was like, no, this will work. Yeah, just no landing legs. It'll be fine. Okay. Vehicle is unlatched. I've made a catch tower before, Ethereal. I've never caught anything with anything other than like a hopper with it. I made something like Star Hopper and then caught it with the catch arms. I've made catch arms though. It's difficult. Parts in KSP are very floppy. So it turns out though that parts in real life are very floppy. You remember, Ethereal, did you watch the NSF coverage of the slap tests? Where they were slapping booster, what is it, 14.1? I hosted that stream on NSF. Yeah, they turns out that the arm not being flappy when you're moving around that much steel. Yeah, turns out that stuff is floppy in real life if you put enough force behind it. You saw it in the NSF Discord. Right on, right on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, probably Aqualex, yeah. That lift was actually a lot better.
Finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say.
Okay, we're locked in position.
In March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking.
There's nobody in that vehicle.
And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th,
Whatever.
the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again.
All right,
tonight on
well,
10:30
let's see if the pad works.
And you can also write me and include the self-addressed stamp envelope, Channel 11.
Lock that system.
2nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast.
Back to storage. All right. Adjust the staging. Unlock that mechanism. Unlock the T retractor mechanism. Okay, T retractor mechanism is unlocked. Okay, crossfeed is enabled. Beginning fueling. If we can reuse the pad again. Is that why the new arms, that's why the new arms are shorter? Precisely. Yeah, it's hard to move that thing around. They have a lot of moment. Thor, nice. People forget in reality that everything's a spring. And that's why it's hard to figure out load distribution, Aqualux and KSP. Because everything is not a spring in KSP. Individual parts aren't a spring. The joints between attached parts is the spring. So it's not the part itself that springs, it's the attachment joint. So, once again, Kerbal parts wear, but they wear in a slightly different way. This is what we figured out. I mean, you were there, dude, you know. This is what we figured out over years and years of research, dude. It took so long to figure that out. All right. We'll see if this thing launches, and then we're gonna do some space news. SpaceX has some, there's some SpaceX news about piping plovers that you guys probably want to hear about. But yeah, man. So what I want to get back to doing. Yeah, the pad's definitely bent. Look at the vehicle. It's reading 89. You could tell it's bent relative to the VAB. But I do believe letting the clamp arms go is actually going to fix that. Man, you should be at MIT or something. If MIT accepted doctoral theses in Kerbal Space Program Engineering, yeah, sure. Enabling second stage. Second stage fill and drain is open. I myself am an expert in bird law. In bird culture, that is known as a dick move. What's your predictions on the catch? I think they'll get it. I think they'll get it, but they'll miss a latch and it'll land. It'll bend a little bit, T-Man, and land on the grid fins. How's SpaceX doing? Good. Flight 5 should be in 3 weeks, give or take. Okay, we're go for hamster. I mean launch. The arms out of the way. Vehicle's still at 89 degrees. Enough. I'm gonna lose my mind seeing that thing come back. Dude, we'll watch the recap video during Space News. Even seeing just Super Heavy come down and land is just impressive. Okay. Rates are stable on the pad. Moving the strong back to 80 degrees. Thermal conditioning on the first stage engine. Okay. Disabling second stage fill and drain. Okay. Ground gas closeout. Reading a full tank of fuel. Okay. We are go for auto sequencer start. Ground side pyrotechnic separation mechanism is active. Okay. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got a liftoff. A little bit of a cosine thrust loss there. Compensating. We used the pad 2 times. Little bit of a bendy issue, but that's most likely from user error. Vehicle's pitching down range. Rates are good. Stability is locked in. We pitched over a little too hard. Clouds. Into the throttle bucket. Maximum dynamic pressure. There you go, Spacey. It's my job. Past max Q. Vehicle's now supersonic, well, at least in the transonic regime. Okay, coming up out of the throttle bucket here. Flight 2 of the day is still looking good. Vehicles reaching over here. Everything's looking good. Miko, stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. Now it's a slightly lofted trajectory, but that's okay. We'll burn slight radial in to compensate. Upper stage ignition. Confirmed. What the heck is that? We lost something? Imahara is expendable. It's not a reusable system. With a small sat launcher, reusability is tough. Your mass margins are already super tight. No, we didn't lose the payload. Just fairing separation confirmed. Slight roll induced on the vehicle during fairing sep. Yeah, I think we may have burned part of the separation. It could be the separator ring. Either that or we destroyed that first stage. This lofted trajectory though might actually get us a circularization before that first stage comes back down. The other thing is that we ran out of fuel. But this payload is suborbital anyway, so. Alright, Thor. It's 2311 in Austria. See you around. And please keep streaming. Thor, I've been streaming for 12 years now. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. First stage still has plenty of charge. Yeah, it's the separator ring. That's what took it. Where's the shot cone in supersonic? Vapor cones don't always happen when you break the sound barrier, Spacey. It only happens in certain atmospheric conditions. Which means we need weather in KSP for that to really be a thing. We'd need a humidity calculation here, but there's no weather in KSP. Man, if this thing had a parachute, we could probably get it back. Are we recovering the booster? Well, there's your there's your vapor cones. No. We are not recovering the booster. Guys, real quick, headphone users. Sometimes Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound when a bunch of parts hit the water all at once. Headphone users. Headphone users, just keep that in mind. I'll just pause it 10 seconds here. See? Potter, 47 months. Pretty cool, huh? I told you it likes to overdrive the sound. I was dozing off and I woke you up. I gave you fair warning. You guys can't complain about nothing. Your rocket program is killing too many fish. Yeah, well, it's the same payload. It's just a demo payload. We'll just let it coast. Let's go take a look at the pad here. Because it's time for space news. Hey, it's my stream. I'm the only one that's allowed to complain about stuff here, okay? What? I'm deaf. Just kidding. But yeah, you can scale this up, Ethereal. It's just, it's hard to do. I already saw the pad starting to bend out of control there. Anyway. Actually, those stay open. That's right. I keep forgetting that. See? Actually, it's not too bad. This stuff isn't really bent too hard. The problem is the interfacing mechanism. How we attach this doesn't like it. You missed the area on launch. Yeah, so did they. No, it was a good launch, Nagwell. Yeah, it was good. It was a good launch. They had some problems with the third restart on the APU, which, yeah, was part of their secondary objectives for Ascent. So, yeah, pretty much a resounding success. Can we just reinforce to stop it bending? Reinforce with what, Spacey? Struts? Struts don't work too well between animated parts. Part moves. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't like it. More excited for Area on 6.4? Yeah. Well, there you go. The hybrid tech is definitely making this a little bit easier to use. Yeah. But cool. We'll leave that there and we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll try to, on the other side of Space News, maybe we'll try to do it again. Try making it out of tanks with no fuel, not structural pieces. You should. In your KSP save. You said you were inspired, Spacey. Show me how it's done then, fool. Hey, Surfer, what's going on? Show us in the NSF Discord if you're there. Me? No. No. Come here if you want Kerbal Launchpad content. NSF can't have it. It's mine. They can't have it. It's mine. Oh, you meant Spacey. Yeah. All right, so we're going to start up Space News here in a moment. I'm just going to go outside and get some fresh air, open up the garage door, because that's my interim solution for getting all the heat out of this freaking oven that I work inside of. Did they manage a safe re-entry? No. The thing bricked itself on orbit. Yeah. It's not coming down for a little while. Yeah. The ascent went real good, though. Anyway, I'm going to switch this over to Space News here. Bring up the title card. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.